Hello, hello. Do you hear me? Welcome to this roundtable seminar, Language, Media and Power. This is a project by Sámi University College, Stockholm University and University of Helsinki, with contribution from University of Edinburgh and NRK Sápmi. I'm Nils-Johan Päiviö, Dean of the Social Science Department at the high school, at the University College. The chair during this first part will be Professor Tom Mooring. And before starting the program, rector at the Sámi University College, Elena Posanger, will say a few words.
Thank you very much. We are just few people here, and I see that people who are here are really enthusiasts of the theme we are going to discuss today and tomorrow, and I'm very happy for that. And on behalf of Sámi University College, I welcome everybody to this seminar. And I'm very proud to open this seminar just a half a year before we will start our first innovative program, master program in indigenous journalism. And our university college is very proud of being in the front of development of indigenous journalism on the professional level. And I welcome indigenous and Sámi journalists. Sámi journalists, can we see some here? And professors in media and communications from Finland, Sweden, Great Britain, Scotland, Norway. So it is an international seminar, and it's very good that we can get together. And I welcome all experts and enthusiasts of indigenous journalism, students, workers, friends, everybody. Institutions of indigenous higher education play an important role in development of indigenous societies. And we know it by our experience. Sámi University College has existed in 25 years, and now this year it is an anniversary year for Sámi University College, 25 years. And we have connections to many and with many indigenous institutions of higher education in the world, and we know how important they are for indigenous and local communities, where they are situated and for whom they are working for. Not so many mainstream universities realized and take their responsibility for development of indigenous and local societies and peoples. And especially media and communication, when we take this and link it to the university level and the level of higher education. So media and communication has a great impact on indigenous communities and on local communities. And this impact cannot be underestimated. But not so many institutions do take their responsibility. And I would like to bring just one example. It's just a couple of months ago, Vancouver Island University in Canada, which this institution we have good friendly relationships with. Vancouver Island University, which takes very seriously its indigenous profile, so they invited local indigenous communities, peoples, I don't say tribes because they dislike this word, and media workers and university workers all together, gathered everybody together to discuss what is the relationship between indigenous local communities and mass media. What kind of picture media creates about local indigenous peoples? And do they recognize themselves in this picture or not? Are they satisfied Does indeed does media production promote their lifestyle and helps them to be proud about themselves, or what? This example is quite special. And on the background of this example, I would like to take just two of many concepts which are used in indigenous research, and they are applicable to indigenous journalism, as I believe. And these two concepts are as follows: reliability and accountability. So they sound quite abstract, but reliability really means, for media communication and connection to indigenous communities, it means that information is reliable and information is accurate from the point of view of indigenous and local community itself. And another concept, which is accountability, it has been much used in indigenous education and in education worldwide, but in indigenous research and discussions about indigenous methodologies, accountability is a concept which is quite central. So whom media workers are accountable to. And this is a huge question, and I believe that we have expertise from all of all kinds here presented, and you will certainly discuss this issue. But accountability is, in respect to media workers in indigenous community, is a quite complicated question, because media production is in between two worlds, how to say. It is in between the mainstream and the indigenous understanding of the world. And so how to cope with this diversity and make an accurate picture without being connected and suspected to be partial to one of the parts the media is describing. So, but at least this reliability and accountability concepts are, in my opinion, very important. And maybe not so many journalists are quite aware of this quite complicated set of questions. And many indigenous journalists do learn about it through their experience. So they learn through trying and doing their work. But now our Sámi University College is taking one step further with our first master program in indigenous journalism, which will offer education in indigenous journalism. And then those people who will take this master program, they will learn, they will reflect, they will see examples, and they will be, they will get knowledge, maybe quite theoretical, but during quite a short period of time, which will equip them with what they need in their work for indigenous media channels, will it be radio, TV, or whatever. And I'm very proud and glad that we together have got this program. And now this seminar, I pronounce it open, and I hope and wish all success to this seminar. Thank you. All of you.
Thank you, Rector, for these very, very kind words, and thank you for having been with us in the project of developing what you just described, a new approach to, from an academic point of view, putting the journalism and indigenous journalism in particular on the world map. You know, the world map, of course, as practice for a long time, but now we are taking, as you so well put it, one step forward Inga Tanni has been helpful with arranging all this, and she will help you if you need any assistance during today or but if you do not use these services, coffee, whatever, today, then you'll be on my mercy tomorrow, because then Inga Tanni will have to start to prepare for her own presentation in the ICA conference there. But please be with us and take all we can get from all the practical assistance we will need today, and we will go on like this. We have usually patients. After that, we have a good discussion, usually around 1 hour. So what we are working with is a round table. We are not working with a series of presentations for people to listen. This is a course, and we are all responsible for developing the best out of it. Our presenters, our presenters today will lead us in, and tomorrow will lead us into the themes, and then we will go on from there, and we are all together.
You have to use the microphone because it's streaming, and we don't hear any anything you are saying.
So that's good.
Please use the microphone.
So the microphones are here. Can we use this one? Yes, this works. Now it works. Good. So this was Arne Johansen, yes, who came and helped us out of this one. And I'll leave this on the table. You can speak from there, but if this one will be. Now the first speaker is Jarmo Lainio, professor of Finnish at the University of Stockholm.
Hey, good morning everybody. Boris. Hyvää huomenta, god morgon. I almost said dobry večer, but that was yesterday night. My name is Jarmo Lainio. I'm working as a professor of Finnish at Stockholm University, but also within the field of language policy as the Swedish representative in the Committee of Experts supervising or monitoring the European Charter on Regional Minority Languages. And this is one of the starting points that I have for my presentation. And I need to say that this is some kind of ongoing process, not only for the field of study, but also for myself. And as you can see, maybe there is only one word left of the title that Tom put in the program, and that's the. But otherwise, it's covering largely the same type of content, but still it's quite different. So I will try to discuss a bit. You could say that it's actually a process that is going on since a couple of decades on, so to say, essentialism or non-essentialism. What is a product, what is a practice, and so on. And that is especially concerning language then, but it could easily be transferred to discussions on media as well. And I'll try to point some possibilities out. And as examples, I also picked out some concepts that, so to say, are being challenged by the recent development within the study of interaction and language. Just to give you some kind of brief background on what the starting point is, it is the fact that in interaction studies there is a strong tradition now within ethnographic directions of studying interaction, that you, so to say, deconstruct language, and you also, regarding, for example, identity or culture, these things are no longer. They are processes, or they are being resources, or they are presentations of the individuals involved in interaction. And this is one of the things that I have some problems with. So you have one view that says that language is, so to say, for example, not a system, its resource. And you also have very strong research now on matters that concern, for example, the colonial or post-colonial life of, let's say, African languages. And two researchers, Sinfrey Makoni and Alastair Pennycook, have edited a very strong contribution in this field, where they are able to show through this non-essentialistic view that the future and the history of the African languages are very much dependent on the European views of standardized languages as materialized languages. So you, instead of looking at languages as systems, you look at what people are actually doing and how they are presenting their content and also identity quite often. And of course, it's also possible to connect that to a discussion on power. And this is very strongly within this new paradigm. But problems occur, of course, and for example, if you start discussing mother tongue, which of course already is a very problematic concept, but it's being used in different contexts, and especially among laypersons, mother tongue is very strong, so to say, view on the language. It's connected to your identity, and usually you're only having one mother tongue. But within studies of bilingualism or multilingualism, this has been challenged for some time, but this goes into a new direction now. And also, if you, so to say, deconstruct language, you will have problems or challenges in the educational field. How are you going to teach resources if you're not systematizing the view on language? And also, if you're trying to build up increased competence or more advanced levels of literacy, you probably need to have this systematized view on language, and to start from a lower level and very consciously, so to say, build up higher competence in, for example, in the written language. And the challenge is that everything is getting more and more diffused, more and more multilingual, more and more globalized. In media, for example, in Singapore, there is a view on the possibility of multilingualism, where they make a difference between flexible and formal multilingualism. And then you can see that in the flexible view of multilingualism, you are, so to say, allowed to use in certain genres of language multilingual resources. So you can mix Chinese, English, and other languages in that context, and use that in, for example, public relations text. But the more formal the text is, the less you will allow sort of multilingual resources to being used. So there is a continuum rather than either or. And in a way you can see that if you look at some processes, you can see some things, but if you look at the product, you get another type of impression. And you can use the rainbow as a metaphor, that you can see the colors and you can see it and you can give it a concept. But if you want to know what is going on there, you need a different type of approach, and you probably need some natural sciences in order to understand what is going on. And I think this is partly the dilemma, that the level of study decides where you end up. But if one view is getting more dogmatic, then the other one loses, so to say. And this is partly what is taking place within social linguistics, I think. And even if you are doing studies based on ethnographic methods, it's very difficult to see how you can do the studies without using concepts like English or language or code, which are concepts that are, so to say, being refuted by this direction of study. Just to give you some examples of how, for example, the concept of mother tongue has been used. It's very difficult to define it, but when you try, you probably see that in various types of good attempts to define mother tongue, you will have it presented as more or less an essential or materialized thing. And language is, of course, also connected to the experiences of the group that uses the language. And the historical background is embedded into the language. So if you, so to say, deconstruct the language, you will also deconstruct the background of that group, the ethnographic and historical background behind the language. Well, this is another view of mother tongue, which even if it's placed in a multilingual situation, and the world is increasingly multilingual and globalized, you still need to use the concept of language in order to discuss these matters. I leave the presentation here, so if somebody wants a copy of it, you can have it here. Reasons for this spread of the non-essentialistic view on language is, of course, that very many areas of the world are facing increased demographic mobility, multilingualism, and increased populations also. And that brings along then, so to say, different languages into the same areas, same speakers even. And it's very difficult to imagine urban or large urban areas without having a lot of languages around, and the borders are being, so to say, diffused as well. And that's where we start talking about super diversity. For example, in London earlier there were some areas that were, so to say, for the Chinese and others for Sudanese or whatever. And these borders are now being, so to say, loosened, and everybody is communicating with everybody. That's one of the basic ideas. And it's very difficult to avoid contact with English, even in this context, I suppose, since we're using English here. But in addition to language, this also concerns, of course, cultural flows that you can talk about, which go along with the impact of English to some extent. What you can maybe then start discussing is that if you accept from low age the concept of, let's say, non-essentialistic use of language or super diversity, that everybody is, so to say, becoming multilingual or using multilingual resources, then you may have a challenge to see how, for example, children or adolescents could improve their language skills or language abilities. And also we get into the language policy area then. If you accept, so to say, the move from having languages to linguistic resources, then you also lose the discussion on language loss and language shift. Because if language is no longer, then you don't have language shift. And a lot of consequences of accepting this view that languages are no longer, but they are being used as resources, is that very much of the language maintenance studies, for example, will face quite severe challenges. And that also concerns, for example, national minorities then. Language policy rights are based on the concept of language. So the whole rights field is, so to say, very essentialistic. And also if you connect that to discussions, I think it's maybe in the next. Oh. I'll go back to this. If you, for example, connected the view on this essentialistic or non-essentialistic divide, indigenous journalists, for example, wouldn't be possible, because you have to start defining what is indigenous, which is basically essentialistic. So if you have this development, and that is the dogmatic view on interactional studies, for example, then you're facing a very severe problem already in the beginning, before your program has started, so to say. And one of the proponents of this is Jan Blomert, who's a very productive researcher, and he puts it this way, that languages are no longer that important, but it's rather what is being used as resources, and we do use language in a variable way. And of course, then you have other concepts I think it's a bit paradoxical, because I think all these three mentioned concepts like genres, register of styles, in a way they are essentialistic, but they are used as motivation or argument against an essentialistic view on language. Then you can start discussing, is everything really the way it's put in this theory that is driven by multilingual studies among youth that are also multilingual? And I think it's quite easy to find, for example, areas in Finland where you don't have this globalized context, where it's easy to say that there is a national identity, there is a monolingual context, even if English is becoming more and more close to the everyday life of people through media, for example. So I think that one of the reasons this has become very strongly promoted is that you're studying young people, because that's the, so to say, the main target of many studies in both cultural, linguistic, and identity studies. The rest of us, we're obsolete. But if you have a theory driven only based on one specific group, and you try to adapt that to other studies, other contexts, then the context is, so to say, wrong, not the theory. One example is, for example, if you put language in a society in parallel and try to find out what their possibilities or status is, you end up, for Sweden, for example, like this, that you do really have a difference in the status and possibilities of these languages. And then you have to start out with the concept of language as a materializing. You can talk about the language. And in various ways you can see that there is a hierarchy based on different types of languages. This is based on both Francis Hult and Olle Josefsson for trying to discuss language policy issues in Sweden. Other examples, but I think these are more simplistic ones, is the now 3 or 4 decades long discussion on semilingualism. And that is, so to say, very, I think, too simple view on language, that you can have a full language at the individual level. And if you don't master that fully, then you're semilingual. And if you don't master several languages very well, then you're doubly semilingual. And that was a debate in Sweden very strongly concerning Finnish speakers and Tornedalians in the 60s. And this is repeated through media still today, that in the media journalists still seem to embrace this idea that you have a full competence, or if you don't have that, then it's something that is really poor. Other ways of using or supporting the idea that languages are, so to say, more essential than the ethnographic view would accept is, for example, attempts to try to show how bilingualism as such may improve your capacity in school for learning. And this is based on Joana Duarte's study in Hamburg, where she studied classes where children had Portuguese or German as their first language, and they were put into the same classes. And according to the model that was developed in the United States, these children, after some years, will have equal capacity in both languages, and they manage better than the average in other school subjects through this continuous use of several languages as teaching modes, so to say. They teach both in Portuguese and German. And this has been used, of course, in the Canadian immersion programs quite early also, the idea. In Sweden, you can also see that if you make some kind of comparison for school subjects, there are recent results now showing that if you actually get support for your mother tongue, you will have better chances in other subjects later on in your school career. So in the end, I just wanted to put down some question marks or some views. And I didn't very clearly present this, but there seems to be one view that non-essentialistic studies is the same as empirical studies. which would mean that only empirical studies are sort of worthwhile to promote. In the field of, for example, language policy, that would be quite impossible to only have empirical studies based on interaction. Through these detailed interactional resource studies, you will understand much, much better what is going on, what we're doing when we use language. But it's very difficult, and it's even not recommended to try to generalize. And I think studies on human beings should have this target, to be able to generalize at the group level or societal level what is going on. And I think that two of the points here actually refer to the same thing, that discussing language rights, for example, or any kind of right, is based on the idea that there is something that is materialized. And the rights discussion, we have some legal colleagues, experts colleagues here, could also maybe add to this discussion. But it's still very difficult to look at indigenous rights or minority language rights without having this very strong essentialistic base as a starting point. I have put here one reference in Gayatri Spivak, who has been studying feminism and also literature studies, and she has been involved in a group that is just called the Subaltern Group in North American academic context. And one of the question marks she has is that, is it possible, so to say, to understand at a deeper level and do good studies, so to say? For example, if you put it in this context, if you're studying the conditions of Sámi education, is it possible to understand this if you're a non-Sámi? This is an open question. And she says, in my mind, she says both yes and no. The yes is that you need to know the essential content of being a Sámi if you're, so to say, trying to do something that is productive and can be used in political means, for example. But she also adds that it is possible for an external viewer to present something on the same subject, but from a different angle. So in one way, I think both ways are good. But reading her writings is not very easy, so I'm fighting with that, both linguistically and to understand her views. It's quite complex. But I think I have already mentioned this, and since I've been working with this committee of experts, I brought just a few of these ones. I only have one left. The work being done, for example, in the Council of Europe to protect and promote minority languages would be vain if we accepted only this non-essentialistic view on language, because it's based on the fact that you could define what a minority language is and its background, its history, even its region, so to say. So I just wanted to open this discussion, and I have not very strong views on where it should end. I see the very good points in empirical studies through 2 PhD works and 1 international project that I've been involved in, that you really understand how important it is to do ethnographic work on interaction. But I have great problems in the low degree of possibilities to generalize from these studies. It would be quite nice to have a comparative ethnographic studies. So I think I'll leave it like that, and since we are going to discuss, I suppose you will add to discussion. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Jarmo. Before we go to Uwe Varsi, who will be the next speaker, I will allow a couple of questions. I have at least 2 that I would like you to address before we go forward in the discussion. But are there other points or questions now of the shorter type before we give the floor to Uwe and then enter into a broader discussion. Jarmo, when we talk about as I see it, relativism of Blommaert and others, when they talk about languaging, when they talk about superdiversity, and when they claim that they are, in a way, deconstructing a colonialist past and leaving the world open for more dynamic processes, etc. Are they innocent in a colonialist perspective? I could put the argument that these people live in a protected milieu where they have resources with which they can handle the relevant languages in their surrounding, and they are taking themselves as examples and in a way renewing a colonialist agenda, but in another way. What would be your comment?
Well, I would agree, and I think that the whole context is very paradoxical and almost absurd. Because in order to do these types of discussions or to present them, you're all expected to do that in English. And you can't be multilingual even if the audience is multilingual. So it would, it is a bit paradoxical that even if you embrace this idea, then it's in practice impossible to just behave multilingually and expect the audience to understand that.
I had a similar, well, a comment. It's best left for I suppose, discussion, but I tend to share Tom's concern and the concern you expressed. And I think the implications of this so-called anti-essentialist approach for minority languages, if we accept that concept, is quite dire for all the reasons you suggest. I think we have to assume that there are such things as languages spoken in communities and speakers who have rights to a variety of services through those languages. The only other comment I would have is that the problem for speakers of minority languages such as Gaelic or Welsh or Irish is that we live in states where a large majority of the population are not multilingual. They're effectively unilingual. Lots of foreign words have made it into English, but virtually all of the people that we deal with and the Gaelic speakers have to deal with are not interlanguaging or languaging, they're simply speaking English. And in that context, they make very few concessions of any sort to other languages, aside from picking up occasional words that enter the lexicon. But most of the multilingualism that Blommaert talks about is being done by migrants, minorities, and other people, but in a city even like Amsterdam, or a majority of the population are not multilingual. And so I think it misrepresents a little what the experience in many contexts is.
I agree with that, and I think that if you, maybe you can have it as a continue with endpoints, and one endpoint is this full languaging or translanguaging, where you sort of mix resources from different languages. Probably that is also systematic, but that is sort of say, not accepted as a starting point. But in the other end, you will have, and this is a problem I think with the materialized view, you will have extreme purism, which means that if you are not fulfilling the criteria of a correct or pure language, then you are no good speaker. And that's part of the power relations in the materialized view. And in that respect, we can see, for example, among Finnish speakers in Sweden, that there's an increasing willingness to accept what you would call mixed language or translanguaging, just in order to increase the amount of language being used at all, and to support the identity and the use of the language of those who are not, so to say, very skilled speakers of the minority language.
And my other comment, which is more maybe a comment, thank you for this, to what you said about Gayatri Sivak's notion from 1993, which is, I think, very, very relevant. What can you do, so to say, for a culture from the outside. I would just point out that the project that we have been working with, the people who have been cooperating with the Sámi University College on developing journalism and journalism studies and journalism research in this field, it has one main aim only, and that is to strengthen the inside voice of the Sámi in this field with the help of raising the status of the education in this field in an institution that is dominated by the Sámi culture itself. And that is what is to be. Lia Markelin, my colleague who has been working with this, has a very good way of saying it. We are working here to make ourselves useless. And that is kind of our big program. And by doing this, we don't think that it's good for a language to work in, or a culture, indigenous culture, to work in isolation. It must work in dialogue, but it can't work in dialogue if it doesn't have a place on the same level with the others who are participating in this dialogue. Yeah. Then there will not be a dialogue, it will be a power monologue that is directed at the language or the culture in question.
So I think in one way you're doing what Spivak calls strategic essentialism, that you accept this divide in essential, non-essential, but in order to achieve some, let's say, political goals or some targets, you need to be strategically essential in some phases of that work. And I think that is quite a healthy starting point also for my view on language and language studies.
I will keep that strategic essentialism concept in mind. That's a very good one. I think we returned to it a couple of times during these days. Now, the next speaker, if there are no further questions from the floor now, is Magne Uwe Varsi, as I know him. Uwe, he says himself. And you are going to speak on the theme of representation, and I'll take your title in a second. Here we have it. Representations of the Sámi people's right to self-determination in the public discourse in Norway. Are you going to speak from there? You want this one or you up? Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I have been working formerly with the Sámi journalism studies here at the Sámi University College. So now I feel like a character cut from Ibsen's When the Dead Awaken, back in business in journalism. So. But it's good to be back. And the theme of my thinking in process, not a presentation, is the representations of the Sámi people's right to self-determination in the public discourse in Norway. This is actually my mantra, because you know, the Sámi people's right to self-determination, the indigenous people's right to self-determination is, for me, like saying, furthermore, I believe that Kartag should be leveled to the ground. So I'm always returning to this theme in every occasion. That's what my friends say. There's one. Well, as I said, this is thinking in process. So what I desire is to, so to say, suggest a theme of research for the Sámi and indigenous journalism studies here on how media cover the right of indigenous peoples to self-determination, and in this case, the Sámi people's right to self-determination. Contemporary international human rights standards acknowledge that the indigenous peoples have the right to self-determination. For instance, the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the UN RIP, affirms that the indigenous peoples have the right of self-determination. It establishes that they, by virtue of that right, freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. As a normative expression of the existing international consensus regarding individual and collective rights of indigenous peoples, in a way which is coherent with already existing international human rights standards, the UN RIP provides a framework of action towards the full protection and implementation of the rights of indigenous peoples, including the right to self-determination. Norwegian authorities and politicians, that is, government and members of the Storting, which is the Norwegian National Parliament, and representatives of the Sámi people, who are the Sámi Parliament, the Sámi Council, and key political leaders. They respectively appear to have fundamentally diverging understanding of the legal grounding, scope, and content of indigenous people's right to self-determination. So my proposal for a research question would be, how are the fundamentally different views of the Norwegian authorities and the Sámi representatives reflected and communicated in the national public discourse about the Sámi people's right of self-determination? And national public discourse in this context would also mean the mass-mediated communication. I have a lot of sub-questions, but I will not go into those, but say something more about the background of the case. The right to self-determination of peoples is a fundamental principle and right under international law. It is embodied in the Charter of the United Nations and subsequent legally binding treaties, including the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the ICCPR, and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, which is the ICESCR. Common article of these two covenants provides that all peoples have the right to self-determination. By virtue of that right, they freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. The right to self-determination has also been recognized in many other international and regional instruments, including the African Charter of Human and People's Rights. It has been endorsed by the International Court of Justice, and it is widely regarded as being a right under international customary law. In 1984, when the Sámi Rights Committee, led by Professor Carsten Smith, proposed the establishment of the Sámi Parliament of Norway, it was assumed that the provision in the Common Article 1 of the 1966 Covenants did not comprise the Sámi and other indigenous peoples. According to Smith, developments in international law over the last decades have, however, shed a light on the right to self-determination of the Sámi people. During the negotiations on the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the Norwegian and Nordic position was that indigenous peoples indeed are entitled to the right of self-determination. In line with this standpoint, a group of experts jointly appointed by the Nordic governments and the Sámi parliaments of Norway, Sweden and Finland proposed the following provision on the right to self-determination to be included in the Nordic Sámi Convention, which is now being negotiated on by the 3 states. The provision reads, as a people, not an indigenous people, but as a people, the Sámi has the right of self-determination in accordance with the rules and provisions of international law and of this convention. Insofar as it follows from these rules and provisions, the Sámi people have the right to determine its own economic, social, and cultural development and to dispose to their own benefit over its own natural resources. In accordance with this articulation, the Sámi has the right to self-determination not only as an indigenous people, but also as a people under international law, as a people in line with the Norwegian people, the Finnish and Swedish, ethnic Norwegians, ethnic Swedes, ethnic Finns. In 2011, the states have entered into a phase of intergovernmental negotiations based on the draft submitted by the group of experts. However, the task of seeking full recognition of Sámi self-determination, both nationally and across state boundaries, will provide many challenges for the Sámi due to the differing and conflicting legislation and policies on Sámi issues in the respective countries. The Norwegian government has welcomed the UN General Assembly's adoption of the UN RIP in 2007. After the adoption, the Minister of Labour and Inclusion, Bjarne Håkon Hansen, from the Labour Party, stated on behalf of the Norwegian government that the declaration is in line with the government's policy on Sámi issues. And UN RIP, as I referred to earlier, has an article on indigenous people's right to self-determination, and then also an article on self-government or autonomy. The Sámi in Norway have special constitutional protection through Article 110A of the Constitution of Norway, which states that it is the duty of the national authorities to create the conditions to enable the Sámi ethnic group to safeguard and develop their language, their culture, and their society. The Sámi parliament's influence and authority have gradually increased through legislation and political decisions. However, the political mandate given to the Sámi parliaments through state legislation is only part of the parliament's political mandate. According to John Hendrickson, the mandate from the Sámi people through the ballot box is at least just as important as the mandate given by national legislation. John Hendrickson is the international representative of the Sámi Parliament of Norway, based in New York. He is also a lawyer. Several consecutive Norwegian governments have identified the Sámi people's right to self-determination as an issue of high priority and have discussed the question in their respective reports to the Storting on Norwegian Sámi policy. These reports state that the Sámi have the right to self-determination and that the right must be based on the provision of international law and emerging international practice, and that the further scope and implementation of the right to self-determination must be clarified through processes between the Sámi parliament and the Norwegian government. Moreover, that Sami self-determination must be implemented within the territory of the existing democratic Norwegian state. The establishment of the Sami parliament in 1989 is regarded as an important part of the implementation of Section 110A of the Constitution. However, the Sami parliament is formally still an advisory body with limited decision-making powers, for instance, when it comes to the language policy of the Sami, or for the Sami. In contrast to what his government reported to the Storting in 2000 and 2007, Prime Minister, the previous Prime Minister, Jens Stoltenberg, from the Labour Party, characterized in 2009 Sami self-government as and I want to show you kan ikke åpne, må jeg telkes meg. Jeg kan deppe. Nå his etter da. Sorry for this interruption. Since this is a seminar on language, media and power, I don't have any PowerPoint. So it's just a link to media coverage of what the former Prime Minister said on the Sami, the notion of autonomy or self-government. So what this basically says is that the notion of Sami self-determination is an incorrect notion, and that it gives wrong associations to establishment of a separate Sami nation state. We do not want any secession. We are one country, he says. And this is an interview made by the NRK Sámi before the elections to the National Parliament in 2009. Additionally, in its most recent report to the Storting, which is actually from 2007, the previous government has stated that the UN RIP is a non-binding instrument and that it is most significant for states that have not ratified the ILO Convention 169 on the rights of indigenous and tribal peoples in independent states. It is noteworthy that indigenous peoples' right to self-determination is out of the scope of the ILO 169. So it's interesting that the Norwegian government now is making a smooth shift in their view on the Sami people's right to self-determination. In the same interview with NRK Sápmi, Prime Minister Stoltenberg was accompanied in his view, by the then main opposition leader and the current Prime Minister of Norway, Erna Solberg, from the Conservative Party. She was also the minister responsible for Sámi issues in the Bondevik II government in 2005, for instance, when the Finnmark Act was passed by the Norwegian Parliament. Internal self-government is not how we think of the Sámi Parliament, she said in this interview. She rejected the possibility of giving the Sámi Parliament a legislative or territorial power, but said that it can be accorded a greater decisive. See, I'm awakened from the dead. Decisive role in some Sámi issues, including language and culture. So, yes, more saying in soft issues, not autonomy. John Hendrickson writes that the standpoint of the Sámi representatives on Sámi self-determination is that the Sámi are one people, and that similarly to all other peoples, it has the right to freely determine its own political status and freely pursue its own economic, social, and cultural development, and for its own ends to freely dispose its natural wealth and resources. Thus, the right to self-determination for indigenous peoples is regarded by Sámi representatives as equally important for indigenous peoples as for all other peoples. They have not accepted a limitation of this right through a specific indigenous version of the right to self-determination. Although autonomy and self-government may be the realistic means of exercising the right to self-determination by the Sámi people, according to Hendrickson. Today, the Norwegian Parliament does not have autonomy or self-government. It has an advisory power, mainly, just to reiterate myself. The Sámi Parliamentary Council, which is a joint body of the Nordic Sámi parliaments, the Sámi Council, which is the pan-Sámi NGO, and the Sámi Conference, which is the highest organ of the Sámi Council. They have all adopted numerous declarations that state their views on self-determination. The Sámi Conference declared in 2004 that the Sámi are one people and that the national borders shall not infringe on our community, and that the nation states Finland, Norway, Russia, and Sweden partly have been established on the land and sea territories belonging to the Sámi people, areas that the Sámi people have possessed and managed from time immemorial before the formation of the states. In 2005, the Conference of Nordic Sámi Parliamentarians claimed that states are obliged to fully recognize and implement the Sámi people's right to self-determination in line with international law, and referred explicitly to Common Article 1 of the two 1966 covenants. So the leading political parties represented in the Sámi Parliament of Norway have claimed that the parliament is to be the executive organ of Sámi self-determination, and that the goal is to attain a greater deal of self-determination, including autonomy or self-government, in internal and local Sámi issues. So I think that discourse analysis would be a very good method and theory in doing research, exploring, investigating the public discourse on Sámi self-determination, or the media news discourse on Sámi self-determination. And I think also that this theme could be a theme of comparative analysis. To explore the news discourses of the Nordic countries compared to, for instance, the Canadian or the discourse of New Zealand on indigenous people's right to self-determination. This was a quite old link. We have a more recent. This is a recent news article published in the biggest newspaper of North Norway. It is an MP from Finnmark in the Norwegian National Parliament who claims that the president of the Sámi Parliament is planning secession of the Sámi communities from the Norwegian state. So, as I indicated in my proposed research question, I would use discourse analysis as the method in this work. And I don't know if we have more time to just go into what I'm talking about when I'm using the term discourse analysis. Tom. Har jag brukt upp 15 minuter nu eller?
Ja, rätt gott.
Okay. Ja, men då kan I can stop here and maybe we can discuss this.
Thank you very much, Magne Ove. This is a very interesting speech. Can we get some light into the room so that we see? Kan du lysa upp lite? Mange tack. First, yes, there are Ove, your presentation was extraordinarily mind-opening for me, and I have a couple of questions that would relate to where you are going with your research. But first, from the floor, I would like to ask Rob, if Rob Dunbar, who is an expert in international law, and particularly in this field, do you see parallels in what Magne Ove describes now and the situation, for example, for the Celtic languages in UK, Ireland, France, or, for example, the Basque language or other languages in Spain?
Yes, I'd like to thank you for a very stimulating and very good presentation indeed. And thanks for mentioning the proposed Nordic Sámi Convention. One of the tasks I have over the next month or so is that I've been asked to review a book to which perhaps you've contributed. It just came in just last week. I was actually thinking of bringing it with me, but I knew I'd be bringing lots of material back from here, so I didn't want to bring too many books with me. But I'm very much looking forward to reading the collection. I've been following this particular issue, but from a slight distance, so it's great to get such a lucid and informative presentation, and I'm sure we'll be talking about it in the discussion as well. In the UK context and in the Irish context, most of the discourse on Gaelic and Welsh and Irish has not been set in the context of either the right to self-determination or certainly in the context of developments in the area of indigenous peoples in international law. And I find that very curious. I think to the extent that debate has been framed in terms of international law, the dominant paradigm that's been used has been that of minorities. Although in Ireland it presents problems because the Irish language is recognized as in the Constitution as the sole national language and one of two official languages. So for the Irish state to recognize that Irish and its speakers are a minority in the state raises some problems. In a Scottish and Welsh context, I myself have been trying to get people to consider the context of peoples, dangerously essentialist discourse in a sense. However, as a tool, I think self-determination has a lot of potential, and of course, the representations of self-determination in the press, of course, is highly oversimplified as well, because as we all know, the concept of self-determination has a range of possibilities, stopping short of the creation of a formal separate state, although that certainly is a possible outcome of any process of self-determination. But autonomy regimes of sorts are certainly part of the mix, and people should, I think, be talking more creatively about that. Obviously, in Catalonia, and to a certain extent in the Basque Country, the concept of self-determination is informing current debates. It's not come up as prominently in Scotland in discourse this year about the referendum on Scottish independence, mostly because I think the idea that the Scots are entitled to voice their opinions is sort of on the question of their independence is generally accepted. I think even in London, there's an acceptance that the Scots are a nation within the United Kingdom, as are the Welsh, as are the Irish, in the remnant of the Irish state in Northern Ireland. So I think there hasn't been much use of the concept of self-determination in a European context very much. That most of the discourse has taken place in the context of the concept of minority rights, and I think it's a limitation in a sense. But it does raise questions because in Scotland, for example, many Gaelic speakers would reject the notion that within Scotland, the Gaels are a separate people or a separate nation. That itself would be quite contentious. Interestingly, there has been a bit of work done by a Gaelic-speaking scholar on the question of whether the crofting population of Scotland is indigenous, is an indigenous people. And that, of course, would not include all Gaelic speakers. Many Gaelic speakers don't live in crofting communities, don't have their origins in crofting communities. And also those communities include communities in the northeast of Scotland, as well as in Shetland and Orkney, where the Gaelic language was really never spoken, although Old Norse and the languages descended from it were. So it raises some conceptual difficulties as well. But generally, this sort of discourse is not part of what's going on, and I think it limits our ability to think about issues, because certainly some sort of autonomy may be important in terms of language planning. It's very difficult to divorce social or cultural and linguistic issues from all of the other forces that impinge on language communities. And I think that's a real limitation in Scotland. Almost all economic development in the north and the west has taken place without any consideration of the impact of any form of development on language vitality and the vitality of speakers, communities of speakers. And perhaps the use of self-determination would lead to a much more integrated approach to development. That's too much for now. I should have left it for...
Torkel. Torkel Rasmussen, university lecturer or associate professor at this school.
Thank you. Just a short question. I felt off the horse here when you used the word crofting and crofting community. Please explain it.
I'm very sorry. We're so used to our own situations that we forget that we have to contextualize it. Crofting is a form of land tenure that was created in the Highlands and the islands of Scotland a little over 100 years ago in 1886. It was designed to give the tenant population, primarily Gaelic speaking, some limited rights to the land on which they lived. Most of Scotland, certainly most of the Highlands, are controlled and owned. The land is owned by large landowners rather than individuals or communities. And historically, in the century and a half before 1886, the landowners would shift people about on their estates without any notice to make room for sheep farming and other, or simply clear people completely from the land and send them to places like Nova Scotia. And some of my own ancestors were sent to Nova Scotia because of clearances of land by the large landholders. So the crofting system was created to give some security of tenure to the crofting, the population living in these areas, the tenant farmers. They have an entitlement to relatively small amounts of land, which were never enough to completely sustain the population, but would produce a sufficient income or a sufficient amount of produce to sort of maintain families. And they would have to obviously supplement that through other activities. But it's been, the crofting system has, without a doubt, kept a large number of people on the land in the Northwest Highlands and in the Hebridean Islands, as well as in Orkney and Shetland, much greater than we might have expected. So that's what crofting is about.
Thank you for this clearance. Now, other questions? Charles' husband, professor originally from Bradford, nowadays with the Sámi University College.
Just a simple comment for Magna Ove. You're talking about public discourse, and one of the things that Tom and I have looked at in the past is the whole notion of the public sphere. And I think one of the problems we have in terms of linking language, media and power is this whole question of, the nice Habermasian notion of this glorious space out there where we all dialogue to each other has become hugely problematic. And I think that when you look at the public sphere, it raises a number of questions. One is the extent to which it's fragmented, and what proportion of the population actually routinely participate in something like this flow of ideas across an electoral polity. The other one is to do with, in terms of discourse analysis, what are the things that we're looking at? And Iris Marion Young, in critiquing positioning of subaltern peoples within the public sphere, talks about the demand of bringing in greeting, rhetoric and narrative as different styles of communicative action. And I think it may be nice in looking at discourse to look at the ways in which certain forms of discourse are actually excluded. And I know that here in the University College here, there's a concern with narrative and ways of presenting realities in ways that are not necessarily typical of journalism or mass media. So I just think that it's very interesting that the issue you're raising, at one level, provides the basis for some very rich textual data on the nature of the discourses. But I think there's two things. One is part of what is actually excluded from the discourse as a normative patterning of how you enter into that space to be regarded as a legitimate participant. So that the linguistic styles and the journalistic styles, I think, are professionally driven and exclude a lot of voices. And the other one is, so what? I mean, the whole question of access, one of the things that I'm going to raise tomorrow is the question of communication as utterance versus communication as listening. I think a lot of what mass communications research has done has looked specifically at nature of communicative action, speech, visual material, whatever. But we really need to address the other side of it, is what are the dynamics in the contemporary world that bring people to engage with that, and what sort of listening competencies do they bring to it, and what sort of wide-ranging ideological packages do they wrap their communicative engagement with your material. So I think, I suppose as a comment on your research, the discourse analysis would be very valuable and rich in what it will reveal. It leaves open big questions about what do we politically think is actually happening in this domain of the public domain discourse.
Yeah.
Well, Charles, thank you for elaborating more on this. As I said, it's this is thinking in process, so all comments are welcomed hereby.
Can I add something? Well, I also agree that very much is left outside if you only study, for example, let's say newspaper discourse. And two examples recently in Sweden has been, for example, when the Finnish language radio station arranged a Twitter week. And what you could see that was some kind of collective voice, but also the voice of the radio channel. Because they wanted to promote, the Twitter week was called Dare to Use Finnish. And you had something like 4,000 tweets in 1 week, and a lot of emails, radio news were made based on that. And they, so to say, created a voice. But the question is then, where does this voice go? Is it only for the Finnish speakers or those who listen to that type of radio broadcast and have access to the Facebook? So it stays within the group. And that was not the purpose of the voice, so to say. Another one is that there was a concrete example. There was an elderly man who was denied his services in Finnish. He was 19 years old and blind and only spoke Finnish. But he was denied the services in Finnish. And it was found out by some young persons in the NGO of the Sweden-Finnish youth. And they have a Facebook group, a couple of hundred people. And they created some kind of a common process with this and filed this to the newspapers and also to the Finnish president. When the Finnish president found out, that was then Tarja Halonen, found out about this, she made an official visit to this old man and also made some kind of semi-official protest open in the air, so to say, in the Swedish media. That changed the situation for this person. But it wouldn't have been possible without the interference of the ordinary people, so to say. But they are not participating in a discourse at the societal level in newspapers or radio or so, or the main media, so to say. So it's really a complementary, very divided field that you see.
Just more comment. The research question that I presented is a very wide question, so it's more of a question for an entire program. So it needs to be narrowed down. But we go into to the news discourse, interesting to look at how news discourse is how self-determination is represented in that discourse, and that would be interesting for the master's program, because it's it has to be grounded on sound research. So often journalists, they convey taken for granted knowledge, and as a journalism training program, we need to teach students to be critical treatment of utterances from different angles. So that is what I'm trying to elaborate something on.
This leads to one further question, which goes exactly to what you said, and what came to my mind when you were talking, and that is, if you're addressing the issue, how media, in this case, for example, Sámi media, reports a question like this, compared to how, for example, mainstream Norwegian media compare it. Wouldn't it be interesting to include at least some of the utterances themselves in the analysis? That is, what the politicians say, and their discursive platforms. Because apparently, from the examples you showed, there is a whole lot of interpretation going on in the political discourse, which then should be revealed by, or revealed anyway, highlighted, analyzed by the journalists, and where the journalists stand in front of a huge challenge, because these politicians are quite skilled in masking their actual messages, which in these cases that you showed would definitely be against any increased self-determination, isolating it to fields that are felt to be not dangerous for economical interests, etc., 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 of the big money, or what you call it. Would it be interesting to include the two sides?
Yes, and I agree with you. Discourse analysis is dealing with identities, because we produce identities for each other and for ourselves. It's dealing with social relations, and it's historically situated and culturally situated. So the news coverage of the debate on Sámi self-determination is actually representing different standpoints that are situated in a specific context, historical and cultural context, and where the two people are not equal. Their access to mass media, to political power, to positions and status in the public discourse. So I think it would be very interesting and intriguing to look at how the Sámi politicians represent the Sámi self-determination versus how the Norwegian politicians do it. And we have some examples. I didn't show them to you because like the candidates for the Sámi parliament, they are quite diplomatic in their way of claiming the right to Sámi self-determination. Just say that, well, okay, Sámi are one people, and we have the right for self-determination. But on the other hand, there is also an example, a Norwegian professor in the science who characterizes the Sámi discourse as war rhetorics, claiming the right to self-determination, claiming the rights to lands and territories and natural resources. So people in powerful positions are using quite strong wording when they characterize the Sami part in this discourse.
Labeling even.
Labeling, yes.
I would wonder if any of those of you here who work in the Sami media, or for example, Arne or Torkel who work in on the education side, how you would characterize from your professional point of view the differences or the standpoints taken by Sami journalists compared to the standpoints and reporting that you can see from reporting in other types of media, like Nordlys or for example, the main Norwegian media from Oslo. Would there be a notable difference in the way of reporting? There, maybe you will want to come back to the question. Yes, please.
Thank you, Tom. It's not a kind of comment to what you asked for, but it is a comment to the discussion on self-determination and self-governance. So since we have a gathering of media persons and researchers, I feel often that the mix of using of concepts erases the problems for us. And wouldn't it be appropriate to make a distinction between self-determination and self-governance? As I have understood from the Sami parliament, from the political side, that they have never intended to build a separate state, a state of self-governing Sami people. And, but this discussion is always brought up. And I think that it's a question of how we also provide concepts for use among journalists and media persons. And this is both the Sami media and also the mainstream media. I don't know if this is a comment or a question or a wish, but a clearance about use of these concepts would be very important. So thank you for your contribution, all of you, and especially Magnove for the self-determination issue. It's very interesting.
You want to comment on this, Magnove?
Yeah, well, it's correct that there is often a confusion in the use of concepts. Because self-determination doesn't necessarily mean secession. Self-determination is divided into one external right to self-determination, which means that people have the right to represent itself internationally and have the right to establish its own nation state if it so wishes, and the internal aspect of right to self-determination means that the people have the right to autonomy or self-governance to manage its own issues in local and internal affairs. So I said in my presentation that when it comes to the Sami people, the most realistic would be that the Sami parliament gained some sort of internal Sami autonomy or self-government status. So, but the point is that there is no certain right to self-determination for indigenous peoples according to the international instruments, because there are indigenous peoples in other countries who would not be happy if we said that, indigenous peoples have not the same right of self-determination as other peoples, go to Guatemala or Bolivia, where indigenous peoples constitute the majority of the population, and they would not be very happy if they, because they identify themselves as indigenous people, if they were denied the right to govern their own issues or to rule Asian state where they form majority of the population. So yes, I agree. There's confusion, especially in the media, on how terms are used, and especially politicians are making this confusion complete when they are more when early in the 2000 the government of Norway said, well, Sámi parliament needs to concretize what they mean by using the term self-determination. And in 2009, when the Sámi wing of the Norwegian Labour Party adopted article in their election program, which states that Sámi have the right to autonomy and self-government, internal and local. Some of their party colleagues were really angry, became very obsessed or upset because of their party colleagues going into a concretizing of this, what they mean by when using the term self-determination. They mean that it's an internal and local self-government. So, yeah.
Well, this whole question will be very, very interesting when we talk about it in the context of the Nordic Declaration on the Rights of the Sámi, which is, as you mentioned earlier, under work. Can it be assumed that this document has a potential impact on the entire international discourse in regard to the concept of self-determination itself? That is, what is decided on this Nordic agenda will be of influence on how this concept will be understood also in other contexts.
Yes, and I think the right of self-determination of the Sámi people is one of the hardest questions in the negotiations between Norway, Sweden, Finland, and with the Sámi parliaments as observers. So this question will make the negotiations long-lasting progress, I think. But if at the end of the day they adopt a convention that really states that the Sámi as a people have the right of self-determination, I think it would become more easy for the Sámi parliaments and the Sámi organizations to speak freely, so to say, about self-determination without being accused of secessionism or other things.
We can point to the coming program of these 2 days where at least our speakers from the Sámi radio, that is Director Nisman Hetta and Galio, will speak about the situation of NRK and the Sámi journalism at the moment. And Lia Markelin will speak about the importance of the institutional position, both in terms of resources and in terms of position in legislative terms of the media institutions themselves, how the institutions that are carrying cultures such as the Sami culture, how they are important, or what is their role in maintaining what would here be called cultural self-determination in the field of the media. I would, before we end this session, want to, in a way, combine the perspectives of Jarmo and Magne Ove by, in a way, addressing the particular question of language in this sense. Magne Ove was talking about language being one of the places where self-determination appears to be more easy to achieve than, for example, land rights. And there are obvious reasons for this. But how far do you think one can go, and how far should one go in terms of defining the limits for defining or deciding on language issues within the Sami community itself, Sami parliament itself? How much is this an internal affair? How much is this an affair for the entire Norwegian community? Could you comment on that? And then I would very much like to hear also Jarmo's comment to this question. Is it like an easy non-issue? It's so unimportant compared to the land rights that.
Well, actually, no, because the system in Norway is that the Sami parliament has very limited powers when it comes to managing and administering language, because Norway is divided into 10 language districts. Those are constituted by 10 different municipalities, and according to the Norwegian principle and right of local autonomy, every municipal council has the power to decide whether they want to be a part of this Sami language administration area or not. And we have had some examples where some municipalities want to become a part of this area, but the government, which is the organ that says yes or no for funding the participation in this area, that the municipalities wait for several years. And we have also examples of municipalities that don't want to be a part of this area. And it's the Norwegian, ethnic Norwegian majority who really decide to say no or yes for the Sami of each municipality having their language rights. And in all this long-lasting process, the Sami parliament is a bystander. It's just watching what's happening. And at the end of the day, when the Norwegian government says yes, then the parliament is asked to distribute money, earmarked money from the government and the Norwegian parliament to those municipalities. So it's functioning like a small bank for transferring money to municipalities. So the soft issues are not that easy as it looks like. When it comes to natural resources, there's always a competition in interests, stakeholders, on possibilities, opportunities they can get. Digging iron ore, gold, or whatever, fishing rights, all the big economic interests, stakeholders, they have really a heavy saying in these questions. So then the Sami parliament and the Sami people have extremely little saying. And this is reflected in the media. Not utterly, but between the lines, you can read that this person is representing the real power, and this person is representing the powerless part of the society, who are the Sámi. And the reason why I want to, I suggest using discourse analysis is that, for instance, Fairclough's critical discourse analysis is aiming at social change, and so that it would be some kind of an end of this this research as well, as I see it, even though both journalists and researchers need to be objective.
It appears as if this would be the first time I've seen Fairclough's discourse analysis used as it should be used. Okay, with Jarmo.
Well, after Magno's comments, it's very difficult to approach the question because I can't remember it. But I had several ideas connected to this, and I think there is one part, I think, just as a comment of what you ended up with, is that if you do a discourse analysis, it starts out from some kind of the idea that what is part of the discourse is there somewhere. At least in the Swedish context, in order to have an impact, you have to publish in a certain Stockholm newspapers, in certain pages. And for example, regarding issues on bilingual education, there was a blocking policy for a decade or two that the voices of those who were sort of say, concerned with that were not heard. So in order to get some kind of full picture of what is going on in discourse in the public sphere, one would need to know what has been not been published as well, which is a very difficult issue. Then and as you said also that one of the reasons we probably are here always is that we try to maybe change something and have an impact somehow, and how do you achieve that? And I think regarding the language, there is one thing that is quite important, and it's written into the charter, for example, that you have to have an impact on the majority societies in order to achieve anything. And in two ways. One is the political dimension. You have to have direct impact on politicians, and that could maybe be achieved by having reinforced the international conventions of different kinds, which would target the politicians directly. But then you also have this part that has to have an impact on the big majority, so to say, and change the attitudes in a long-term perspective. And I suppose I would end up in a question here then, regarding the targets, long-term targets of the Indigenous Journalist Program. How can you see that you can make a difference regarding the national scene and policy, for example, regarding self-determination through the internal media impact? Because in order to make a change, you probably still need to step out of that and have an impact on the big media in Oslo. That's probably an open question because it's, you haven't started the program yet, so we don't know where it will end up.
Well, I feel tempted to give an answer still, although there is no clear answer to this. But in the discussion on minority media in general, of which indigenous media would be part, with some special features, of course, that are beyond what we normally would discuss when we talk about minority media. But in this discussion, we see the media's task as at least twofold. And the first task is to formulate, in the first place, a position for the group itself. And if this position cannot be formed and disseminated within the group, then there will be no position. So I think that media in this case would have a formative role, and has had indeed a formative role for the culture when formulating its position in regard to different issues. And I could see a parallel to what is going on, for example, in Scotland at the moment, where I can guess that there is the campaigning now on independence is very much about these kinds of things. Now, then the other thing comes to be an issue. How can you transport this question outside the borders of the country? That is, of course, a more complex issue. But then I think that the project that Magne-Ove is driving now is very interesting because it gives a possibility to compare the discourses of the inside and the discourses of the outside. And to the question, can you say something about what is not reported? There is one strategy that you could consider, and that is go back on those things that are reported and look at the original statements and see to how media have interpreted them and what possible interpretations they have left out. That would be a rather normal strategy for a discourse analysis of the type that Fairclough suggests, because you go back to the not social reality, but the social background and the social consequences of what is uttered, and then you look at it in that manner. I think this is a very, very promising project, and has a lot of potential in regard to not only inform journalism program, but also in a policy from the Sámi in this regard. We are coming close to lunch.
I was inspired by Asta, but the time has gone, so I don't know if I remember anymore. My name is Torun Pettersen. I'm affiliated with this college. It just popped into my mind when Asta talked about the need to be clear about the concepts. That the one thing I have been thinking about a lot, especially in these days when I'm trying to complete my PhD, and this is the self-determination concept or the self-governance, but it's also the word self. Who are the selves in self-determination? And I just pop into this seminar because I was interested to hear about what it is about. I am not. My intention is not to participate, so I just saw that it would be about language. And of course, as we all know of the history, Sámi history and other, there are very many people who have the Sámi ancestry, or what one should call it, who don't self-identify as Sámi, and even lesser who speak the Sámi language. And I have been following Sámi media for a couple of decades, and I have been interested in how Sámi media present the Sámi. The Sámi, what are Sámi municipalities, who are the Sámi, and so on. So I think the self word would also be an interesting kind of subject or topic for a discourse analysis.
Here is a challenge not only for Magne-Ove, but also for example, Nils-Johan Hetta and Kent Valjo, who sit in this question, in front of this question on a daily basis. But you want to respond to it now?
Well, of course, the question of representation of self is an important question, but maybe we're now going into discourse analysis, anti-essentialist, but maybe we need to be more essentialist and to define who the self is or are, and so forth. But to respond to your question about what is not represented in where, like we have some kind of a media dedicated representation of Sámi self-determination or Sámi politics in the Sámi media and the local Norwegian media in Finnmark and North Norway. But I observed an interesting comment from Nils-Johan Hetta, the director of Sámi, after the Norwegian national elections, when he asked where the national Norwegian media were during the elections of the Sámi parliament. And then there were some editors from the mainstream and main newspapers in Oslo who commented on this comment from Hetta. And I thought this discussion was quite interesting and partly actually pays for your last question, what is not reported on, what is not said in this discourse.
We shall certainly, if you stay with us for a while here, we shall come back to the question of who is self, because that is, of course, a core question in regard to whom are we talking about. And this is, of course, not a question that has ever had a final answer. So it's also always a question of a negotiation. But stay with us. Before we go for lunch, it should start in 2 minutes. Just another example to that. When the Hvitben conference was in this room, and it collected distinguished media people from all the world, all the way from Australia and New Zealand and Taiwan, all up to Canada, to Africa, to South America. There were around, I think, 60 people or more in this room representing knowledge in this field, and enormously interesting discourses going on. During these same days, there was one main story reported from the Sámi region in Finnish newspapers, Swedish newspapers, and Norwegian newspapers. And that was that Prince Albert from Monaco was here sharing out some prizes to some students whom he had donated a couple of thousands of euros to. And this just to show what people in the mainstream media decide to find as valuable news and what they do neglect in this field. But very much in support of what Nils Johan said about. Thank you for this morning session, and let's now have lunch for an hour and be back at 1 sharp when Nils Johan Päiviö will take over as chair.
social department. We have 4 speakers on the program, and the first is Tytti Soili, and I give the word to you, and you can present your...
Yes. Thank you, Nils, Johan, and thank you everybody for coming. Thank you for inviting me here for these days to participate in the seminar. I am a professor in cinema studies in Stockholm University, and as such I have done some work on documentary film, but actually my topic is melodramas, Nordic melodramas from 1930s and 40s, so I'm kind of trying to put that aside and say a few words about documentary film that is well known amongst you, for sure, as an ethnographic film or film that describes nature, life in the wilderness, or travel documents. The concept of documentary is oftentimes characterized by things that have to do with facts. That is, it's a document, it's a demonstration of something, telling something that is factual, has to do with reality and even truth, even if that word is a little bit hard to deal with in this context, perhaps. I would like to start by showing a short clip from this film, and as I've been dealing with technology throughout my career, I never trust anything until afterwards, so hold your breaths, please. Was this a documentary film? How does it look like? Why does it look like a fiction? Probably yes. What the filmmakers wanted, and when I'm talking about the intention, the filmmakers wanted to create as a reality-based start for the film that is about the freedom fight of Algiers in the 50s. They would use the means of documentary, meaning science, just as giving the sites, Algiers, 1954. They would use people, a film stock that looked like documentary in that when they staged these first shots, they would tell everybody to look into the camera, to recognize the camera, that is, because that is one of those signs we're used to seeing in documentary film. Also, they use the on-location shooting. This is a film from 1960, middle of 1960s. This was a period when actually it was possible to do on-location shooting much better than only under the earlier periods when the camera equipment was so difficult to handle. You'd rather make films in studio. So, my title, Every Camera Angle is a Political Statement. It is a legendary proclamation by the Nouvelle Vague director Jean-Luc Godard. Surprisingly or not, he's not a documentary filmmaker, but as we know, he's famous for the fiction films he has directed, which is central for the second half of my title, the un/reality of documentary images. So today I'm going to talk about the cinematic conventions, the filmic language, if you want to put it roughly and imprecisely, conventions that are attached to the documentary film genre, perhaps a little bit of the intentions of the producers, together with denominations such as agency, responsibility, and address that point out to the notion of truth, of verisimilitudness, while challenge still dwells at the core of documentary filmmaking. The first films were documentaries, bits and pieces of film that but documented or demonstrated the capacities of the new medium. The moving images were a sensation that did not need any content. Soon enough, however, the fiction film was developed into big business and into the most popular of the genres. Others, such as the documentary film, as well as the experimental film, came to develop in the shadow of the fiction film industry. They had their due stepsister positions in the movie theaters as pre-films for the actual show for the evening, and in a sense they were partly to follow the development of fiction film as a mode of storytelling or mode of account. Except for the difference that while fiction films strive for an illusion of reality by creating a closed narrative universe of its own, with a beginning, middle, and end, with a fourth wall transparent for a viewer to peek in, the fundamental concept of the documentary film is to refer to the reality of the spectator, to document what is or what has been there. So the documentaries have kept to and developed their specific set of signifiers that would refer to the reality outside the cinematic universe, framed with a silver screen. Of course, the film journalism has greatly affected the development of the fiction format. During the Great War, and especially World War II, when the need of reporting from the battles at the frontiers all over was endless, the handheld 60mm camera and a lightweight sound equipment were developed. Later, they were used more often than not to add the feel of authenticity and urgency for the storytelling within fiction as well. The signs that were to contribute to such moods or modes were the shaky handheld camera, jump cuts, black and white film stock, out-of-focus takes, sloppy frame images, and insufficient lighting, character glancing into the camera being some of those. All those signs that we saw here, except of course what revealed the fiction. The camera focused on faces that pointed out this special man running at the rear of the image and who later will be found as the main character of the story. Interestingly, everything that would break the aesthetics that were aimed at creation of the illusion of reality, the color film stock, smooth, invisible editing, and neat professional image framing would indeed strengthen the feel of reality. That is the fundamental paradox of the cinematic conventions. The more you see and are reminded of the means of representation and expression, or the lack of them, the more real it feels. When you are being reminded of the means, that is, in a sense, there is a meta-communication going on all the time that also fiction writers, especially in theater, were used to when trying to separate from fiction film that oftentimes appeals to your feelings and not to your intellect as it was put in the 50s and 60s by, among others, Jean-Luc Godard, but also the playwright Bertolt Brecht, who indeed picked into interfering moments in writing of his plays, interfering moments that speak to the spectator, reminding this is the film, this is a theater play you are looking at. How do you think of it? How do you feel about it? That is a basic intention of those, or could be said is a basic intention of those who make documentary films as well. They want to speak to somebody, they create an address. Intentionality is one of those issues that are not much discussed within film theory, though. It connects to the theory discussion concerning what commonly is called the auteur theory, very much developed by the directors and theorists of the novel Vogue in the 50s and 60s, according to which the film director should be considered as an author, as auteur, the writer of the film. Camera should be considered as his or her pen, and the film itself a presentation of his or her ideas and world views. The director should have total control of his or her means of expression, meaning this theory has partly been normative, and of course the rich film industries wanting for profit never really have accepted that kind of thinking. Well, this kind of auteur theory has been debated, stripped, ridiculed, and questioned throughout the decades. But we still go and see a Tarantino movie or a Kaurismäki movie, and people still ask the directors and producers questions such as, why does this and that happen in your film? What do you mean by saying this and this and that through your characters? And the board directors, they would retort, well, it says so in the script. Or, I don't know, what do you think? Except for the documentary filmmakers, who could sit on and on and on, hour after hour, to discuss where, why, and what. The normative notion about controlling the one's means of expression is, of course, an economic question and a question of social class. Together, they foreground the notions of agency and action that are so close to the documentary film genre. And it's not surprising that those who made the first documentary films, they were of rather rich background. Daddy could buy a nice camera for his daughter, who went out to the Barents Sea to make a documentary film about fishing, deep sea fishing. The film is still there. It was made in the 30s, but that was also the only adventure that the young daughter was allowed to do. Finland, yes. In the 70s, when I heard a talk by Stefan Jarl, one of the most well-known Swedish documentary filmmakers, he said that the motor of his pursuit was the fact that he wanted to act and urge people to act. He told that if he would read something in the paper or about some political trouble, for instance, he'd grab his equipment, drive to the place of action, and tell to the people, look, you have a problem, I have a camera, let's do something about this. And this is how it went. That was very nice of him. But again, such an initiative may be problematic. A camera is a recording machine, and it records everything, including the gaze of the one who holds the camera. And this may have unexpected consequences for those who are framed in the images. The best of intentions does not always bring good things with itself if it's not combined with a reflection and aesthetic consideration. For instance, I remember seeing a lengthy pro-Romani documentary in Swedish television, and in one scene, a long row of women were sitting next to each other, and the aim of the filmmaker was surely to depict the way the women were keenly listening to someone who was talking outside the frame. But in the center of the large frame, there was a row of huge golden earrings of these women, and that was what the spectator noted in the first place, because the earrings were dangling, and our eyes focus always on something that moves in an image. And that was also from what certain people made their meaning out of, saying, you saw that movie, you saw how rich they are, which most certainly was not the idea of the filmmaker with best intention, who wanted to show what the person outside the frame was talking about. But there was no depiction of it. In order to discuss this kind of matters, it may be adequate to go back to the early days when film as a medium provided a spectacle to be awed at. Soon enough, namely, the images shot on the streets of the cities became unimpressive. The audiences wanted more. The filmmakers found themselves depicting landscapes, impressive mountains, waterfalls, and other natural views, beautiful sceneries and famous people, kings and nations, funerals, and celebrations. A quite important fact that has been that the cinema was developed to mass medium at the same time as the formation of nation states took place. It came well at hand to the very development of this process. The new medium was found to be excellent in depicting and illustrating the beauties of, as I quote, our handsome fatherland for its people. And not only that, but to make our wonderful country known, not just among our own people, but abroad as well, as a Finnish producer would put it in the 20s. In extension, the traveling film producers wanted to show the faraway places for everyone interested. Thus, for instance, during nearly 3 decades, with a beginning in 1920s, the Swedish Prince Wilhelm made a great number of films from his expeditions in Central America and Africa, as well as from the Swedish countryside, where he documented people's ways of life and customs that were disappearing. Of course, these films are invaluable today, but the question is whether they tell more about the customs and attitudes of the prince and his accompanying fellow Swedes than about the people and customs they wanted to document and demonstrate. In the similar manner, on the behalf of the Finnish Geographic Society, Sakari Pälsi, in the aftermath of Nordenskjöld and his registering the Northeast Passage, shot films in the Arctic and in South America. The two innovations, the camera and the exploration of the world, went hand in hand, constructing and mapping the world, and also constructing and mapping a nation state. It is not a surprise that one of the first Norwegian films ever shot is the one from 1905, when the new king arrived to the country, and the trip he made by train throughout the Norwegian regions. It is a symbolic kind of acting that has its consequences, of course. The position of filmmaker thus is very powerful one due to the film camera's capacity to represent, and the power extends to the spectator as well. The question is about the address. To whom does the film speak? Due to the fact that the cinematic image is a square, things are excluded, included, and organized within the frame. The organization of things within a frame foregrounds one thing and leaves other at the rear. Such positions create value and have impact on the way the spectator reads the image. Also, the image has a perspective, a horizon, and a vanishing point that, in a sense, fix the place of the spectator in front of the image and consequently determines the angle from which the contents of the image is looked at. Hence, I think Godard gets it right when claiming that the camera angle is a political statement. It presents and represents values, foregrounding, inclusion and exclusions. In the film, if the filmmaker adds a voiceover of a narrator, the impact is even more powerful. We all know the documentaries about the wilderness where the narrator tells us what the wolf or the bear is thinking while roaming in the woods. And this, of course, goes for the people as well. I said that the eye of the one who holds the camera and edits the images comes in between the film spectator and the object of the story of the image. Not everybody thinks of such issues when they are eager to tell about something they find urgent. How close do I zoom on a dying person's face? What are the aesthetic consequences of my editing out or in certain images to further my point? But do I realize that there are consequences for the people in the image as well? Such a power of choice, which brings up the questions of responsibility, is a crucial one. The Finnish filmmaker Pirjo Honkasalo is a photographer and a film director who oftentimes changes between directing documentaries and fiction films. She says that the freedom with a fiction film feels liberating because she does not need to think about what happens to the characters in her films. When the film has come to an end, that is the end for the characters as well. But the living people she tells about in her documentaries do live their lives after the film is done and shown, and it may have unexpected and unwanted consequences. She feels that she has part of it, and that, of course, affects the formation of her films. So how do the film directors who think about these issues solve the problem? They won't make themselves visible in different kinds of means. They put themselves in charge. Perhaps it is their voice that is the narrator voice, expressing doubts, questions, giving air to different possibilities of making shorting, telling about the people, how do they respond, and so on and so forth. This is very often the way Stefan Jarl works. Another way of dealing with this problem is to use as film stock. Ingela Romare, who especially in the 70s, together with Lennart Malmer, became famous in Sweden for their films about Vietnam War, or American War, as the Vietnamese usually call it. These films were shown in Swedish television and had a great impact on the Swedish opinion. which was exactly what they wanted. Later on, she has been thinking quite a lot about how did they depict people, how did they express what kind of position the Vietnamese people got in their films. And she had a kind of a remorse, I would say, in that if you watch a film like that today, you see that the Vietnamese people are basically pictured only as peasants, farmers, poor people, only living on their rice fields. Now, we know about Vietnamese culture that is thousands of years old, and the literacy among Vietnamese people is equally old, the religion, the customs, whatever. But in the good intention of the film, wanted to juxtapose poor people with no weapons, with a large, richest military power in the world. The question is, was it right or wrong to leave the understanding, to make it so simple, to create everything around this kind of dichotomy? I don't have the answer, but maybe we can discuss that kind of questions during these days. Another, well, what Ingela Romared then made later, she was teaching at the Royal Dramatic Institute, and her topic was documentary ethics. She made a film about a dying young woman, and she wanted to face this problem of how to express that this was her way of telling the story. So what she did, she let this young woman to take a picture of her. The spectator could see the camera, could see the picture of the filmmaker with her camera. And later on, throughout the film, she was marking the lapse of time with dark images or black image when, for instance, her film stock came to an end in her camera. You can hear the voices, you can hear the people talking, but you don't see anymore because the film stock was gone. In the similar manner, the sound tape may run to an end, but it was important to film whatever was there at that point. This is how she says to the spectator that, yes, these are bits and pieces what I want to mediate for you, but there's many other things that are being left outside. And this is also an important, what I would say, contribution to the discussion of discourse and discourse analysis. It is not only what you include that is important, it is also what is being excluded and the meaning of the exclusions that are important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Titi. It was a very interesting speech you held, and I didn't remember to mention you are professor at the Stockholm University. Yeah, it's very important. It's very important. And hello, are there any questions? Charlie.
Thank you for that. I envy you your specialism. I wish I could do it. Self-indulgent, but in a university, I kept seeing linkages between what you were saying about documentary making and what researchers are saying to themselves, particularly in the politics at present about trying to make research accountable and respectable. It seems to me within documentary making you've got a distinction, maybe there isn't, but I see one between documentary makers who present themselves as mere observers and others who present themselves as propagandists. They assert, the Michael Moore sort of model. The same thing in research, that we have some researchers who are very explicit in wanting to assert that they have a political project. I would be one of those. And then there are others who are wrapped in the mantle of objective science and distance themselves. And I wonder whether we can learn from each other that in research, in academic life at present, there's a very clear political moment when research is being driven by new additional pressures, where politics are being both made legitimate in the name of impact. We've got to demonstrate relevance and impact, and at the same time being quietly chilled out, that certain forms of politics are increasingly problematic. And I wonder whether there's something similar in the cinematic world, that there are shifts in the political context within which the debate you discussed is taking place. Is there something happening in the world of cinema at present about the politics of cinema that frames everything else you've said today?
I think your point is very interesting in that the discussion of documentary filmmakers seeing themselves as researchers is a strong discourse, at least in Sweden. That's to begin with. And also, you do have different kinds of schools within documentary filmmaking, ways that come and go. Cinema verité is one of those, in the 60s, especially 70s, where the filmmaker wanted to show about mining conflicts and things like that. The discussion went whether the camera is an indicator, a kind of catalyst for things to happen, or do people really forget about the presence of the camera and sort of are themselves in front of it after a while. Those aesthetic discussions are there. What today is in the core, and what you probably, some of you who are interested in films, recognize, is the fake documentaries. The films that are exactly being, Lars von Trier's film, The Idiots, is a fake documentary. That's one of those. Everything is planned and performed, but it really looks like a documentary, and I can underline that myself because I didn't know what I was watching when I started seeing that movie, and it took me about 20 minutes to understand that this must be fake. So that is, and that of course brings especially the older generation of film directors into discussion, saying this is not what the documentary film should be about. We all know that we cut bits and pieces together, and we know that it is a way of argumentation, but still there is a core of from one human being to another. This is what they maintain, those people I've been talking to, and they are very firm about that. This is nothing. This is not to play games, they say. But then again, what's a game?
Tom Mori.
There is one issue that comes to my mind heavily when you're presenting these questions in regard to documentary, fake documentary, and portrayals of realities, and that is the nature, your understanding of the nature of reality as portrayed by pictures. In a way, I can see that in a genre, in the sense of genre, it is important to distinguish between these two. But in the sense of what is real and what is not real in a social, in the social world, let's say what is real and what is not real in a Sámi reality, it necessarily doesn't have to do with whether the portrayal is real or unreal. in a genre, in the genre sense. Could you expand a little bit on the question of reality behind? Are we just portraying whatever anything goes, or do we have a responsibility towards the underlying social reality and this underlying political reality that film projects?
Well, that is a tricky one. I think it in a sense, I think it's difficult not to be normative when you talk about values and when you talk about, and this is about values, of course. What is this good for, right? And then, of course, what is truth, which I'm very scared to bring into discussion. But when doing studies on melodrama, that has been a very popular form of research within film studies in the 80s and 90s. A colleague of mine, Thomas Elsasser, wrote that melodrama oftentimes is more in line of truth in that it gives expression to other kinds of experiencing life than intellectual discourse, such as suffering, he says. Meaning melodrama gives an accurate description of people's relationships and the consequences of those, not only by dialogue and acting, but also through mise-en-scène. So that is an important issue. The second thing is that what I find important, and most of people who deal with these kind of issues, is that when a film producer releases a film, or when the film starts, there is some kind of agreement between the spectator and the producer. This is what the film is about. I've lost the English word now, but in Swedish that is anslag. That is the very first immediate beginning. And it can be an image, it can be a sound. When I was a young student, one of my teachers asked us, do you think that the comedy would begin with the sound of a water dripping, a water drop dripping in a pond or splashing on something, and the sound of a metal on the table? That is one of those kinds of signs that say, this is hardly not a comedy. Other films then use music. Because we are in Norway, Ibsen was mentioned. The first word in the play of Doll's House is hide. And the word hide gives actually the whole theme of the play, because Nora, the wife, has been hiding things. So there is this kind of an agreement, and the agreement, especially within the fiction film industry, big industries, is important, because if people don't recognize and feel that their expectation has been answered, then they don't see the movie and they lose their money. And this goes actually for documentary film as well. It has to do, there is this in first agreement, and that is very important, I think. That could be one of those things that we can pinpoint. Okay?
All questions? One more.
I don't know if this is really a question. I brought this up with you earlier about this film that has now been talked about a lot. That's called The Act of Killing. I don't know if all of you have heard of it or seen it. It's about, what's it, Danish filmmakers going to Indonesia and giving cameras to people who committed atrocities, was it in the 60s in Indonesia, and they got to very vividly describe and reenact how they killed women and children and everybody. And this, I saw this, and I've been thinking a lot about it since, that what ends justify the means. I mean, some say that it was the only way to learn what has really happened. Others say it's completely atrocious that they could be given this kind of platform. And then you have like PR films, like Leni Riefenstahl. I mean, where do you draw the line of what is actually okay PR in a way, and what is not? And is there any responsibility within, for instance, public service broadcasting, what they should be broadcasting and what not? And I mean, I don't know how to ask the question. I would just like to have this included in the discussion, because I feel this is, I mean, can there be a means that, I mean, an end that justifies the means in a way, or not? Is it always like unethical? I don't know if anybody has any wise words on this.
Well, ethic is one of those issues that are being discussed thoroughly within the filmmakers. And this is also why Pirjo Honkasalo, whom I mentioned, told me that she really doesn't want to make any documentary films. She made one about the war in Chechnya, and I think those people who participated in her film really got a hard time after she left, and the film was shown in Europe because the film was highly awarded. It is a wonderful film in many ways, but it most certainly was not good for those people who participated in the film. On the other hand, I also I mentioned last night the famous example of a French filmmaker called Jacopetti, Italian documentary filmmaker called Jacopetti, who was in Africa and wanted to shoot a execution, hanging of a criminal person. But he was in a hurry to go back to Italy, so he worked very hard and managed in arranging the hanging 2 days before it was actually set, and he shot the film and the hanging, and that of course you cannot defend that kind of an action. This is how I can tell another example by two German filmmakers called Heinowski and Scheumann. They made quite a few documentaries also about the American war in Vietnam, and they were very celebrated. They wanted to shoot the taking of Saigon, but they came a week later or something. So the Vietnamese who knew about Heinowski and Scheumann, they said, well, we do it again. You just put up your cameras and we do it. We do it exactly the way it was. No, they said, we went there. So what they filmed, and the film is still there, what they filmed is that they showed a building with broken windows. They went into the building. A man came in, picked the stone in his hand from the floor, and told what he had been experiencing while he was running there throwing the stone. So that was their way of telling the truth. This is what I mean. Depends on that you always have these ethical questions, and at the bottom the question of truth. How you depict it. What do you tell? What kind of an impact is there?
Very interesting. I think we have to put an end for your session here, and we will continue. I think it's on the same theme. It's still about film. And the next speaker is Living a Zombie, journalist and producer of documentary films at NRK Sámi Radio. And the title of her speech is The Indigenous Eye on Sámi and Indigenous Documentary Television. Lägger på det.
Hello, everybody. Boraket or Borbeivy. My name is Liv, living a zombie. I have been working as journalist for a long time. I started first time when I was 14 years old. I kept going on, trying to get other education. I was taking teacher training. I was also going to be part of the economic, but I always felt that I want to work as journalist. I want to find the stories. So I was about 20 plus when Anna-Kay Sámi called and asked, would you like to work for us for 1 year, just to try how it is to work as journalist? I said, okay, I will earn money, I will learn, and then I will also have the possibilities to make stories and news. So that's how it started. Last 2 years, I have been working with TV news, Oddasat. It means we have daily news in Sámi language, and it's broadcasted in Norway, Sweden, and Finland. And the cooperation is getting better and better, and we are also finding some really, really important stories. Many times when I travel, people are saying, oh, you're working for Oddasat. That's interesting, because you have those news, what we don't get in main TV news, because we also have indigenous news. Okay, I have this topic, the indigenous eye. I was thinking the whole week, okay, how shall I tell about this? And also, Sámi is easier, but indigenous documentary television. So I'm also including Daugi and Indigenous Insight and Whitman. We have been talking about this important conference we had 2 years ago here in Gautageino, World Indigenous Television Broadcasting Network, and the conference. So I want to start my speech to show one story from Hawaii when they were here in Gautageino. I hope, wasn't it Daniel? Do you see the subtitle? Just a moment. I have to stop this, Daniel. I have to. Yeah.
And in some families, young people, it won't be explained that they want to be, because they think about future, that their children also live on this land, have responsibility for them.
So, this is a story our colleagues took from Sámi all the way to Hawaii. And you see that after this gathering, I will say that the collaboration and our network has strengthened, that how we are able to send emails to each other, ask, do you have any interesting stories? And they are also asking us, do we have any interesting stories for them? So I felt that week when we were here, doors were opened how we can work together, and also how our next step will continue. But there's always a beginning. I have to stop this just a moment. If I put this, Daniel Fettwell. You see, I'm a TV journalist. I'm not so used to work with PowerPoint, but yeah, to be a... It started somewhere. We worked for 2.5 years with a project, an aim of a conference called Same Voice But Different. This conference was in 2007 in Alta, arranged by Sámi Journalist Association, together with GALDU, the Resource Center of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. We wanted to gather indigenous journalists worldwide to go to Alta and have discussions how we can establish network, how we can share stories, how we can make common stories. So we had one question, one important thing was why and how can we manage to have this conference? And Magnova, you might remember we were discussing about this. Sámi Journalist Association wants to connect indigenous media for exchanging knowledge and experiences. The conference purpose is to inspire to cooperation. And then it started. Year after, in 2008, we have World Indigenous Television Broadcasting Network. I remember when James Mather from New Zealand left this our conference, he said, yes, this is something. And then he continued to work together with Nils Johan Hatta, and they established World Indigenous Television Broadcasting Network. And as I mentioned, this network is working. We are having program exchange. In New Zealand, they are having Indigenous Insight. We are sending stories to them. 13 other Indigenous TV channels are also doing it. We do have Daugi. And now we are making a very interesting story for the youth called Our Songs. It means Indigenous musicians, singers, and artists. They are giving songs for a wide audience. It's videos. But I'm sure Nils Johan and Kent will tell more about that tomorrow. I would say that Indigenous Insight, Daugi, Oldasat, it's important link to our indigenous audience. And our audience, we are offering and telling stories to them that they don't see on main TV channels. I can show you the beginning of Daugi, what we made during the conference, which was held in Alta for indigenous people from all over the world. About 600 indigenous people were gathered in Alta last summer. And this has Norwegian subtitle. There you see, we have about 30 minutes indigenous stories worldwide. We have about the situation for Tuareg people in North Mali. We also have all the missing cases from Canada. We have the situation for the people in Indonesia, rainforest, the violence against indigenous peoples. So all the different topics we are choosing for this kind of programs. So we have about 13 programs called Daugi each season, or in each fall. And then we are asking stories from the other indigenous TV channels with different topics: education, language, rights, children, health, and we are getting them. And also sometimes we make stories to each other if there is anything they are looking for. And then I hope I can continue right there. Yeah. And about documentaries, where are we right now? I see, I read, you watch, and you also read. There are many, many good stories told worldwide. I'm so glad that I'm working for Sámi, because we have a very clear policy. We are making stories about Sámi people, and we are also making stories about indigenous people. So we have these topics. And we are making stories for primetime TV. Our programs are bilingual, and my others are also even multilingual. Last year, we had some very good stories that I want to tell about that my colleagues did make. One is called Bjørnemannen, the bear man, made by Eilif Aslaksen and Nils-Jo Porsanger. They followed a man close to the Russian border who is actually a bear hunter, but he's also the one who is chasing bear away from the areas. And he's telling how he's dealing with this dangerous animal. And the bear man, he was speaking Norwegian. Eilif Aslaksen, who did make the story together with Nils-Jo Porsanger, he used Sámi as the narrator language, and it wasn't a problem at all for the primetime TV. And NRK said also that such a good TV production, made with beautiful pictures, with a very clear message, and also a very clear way how they're presenting this man living very close to the Russian border in Sør-Varanger, and also how he's dealing with the animals. Another important documentary is made by one of our colleagues called His name is Roger Mandal, and the name of the documentary is Gollegisa. He went out, he asked, why does Arctic gold, why do they want to make a mining company, or why do they want to establish mining here in Kautokeino, up in the tundra called Pejiväki? And there was a conflict between the reindeer herders and the mining company. And this documentary did influence the politicians. It did make discussions because we could see how the mining companies are thinking. They are only looking for the resource. They want to earn money, and also they are trying to buy their voices, their possibility to come to Pejiväki and to Kautokeino. And Gollegisa did also win prizes. So you see two different stories, pleasure, nature, animal, and about Sámi rights and mining, but also both of them are made in Sámi language. And to reach international audience with our stories, can we do that? Of course we do that. There are some very good examples. Siblings called, their name is Mariela and Samuel Idivuoma from Kiruna in Sweden, or Swedish part of Sápmi, as we would like to say. They were asking, because they did hear quite many stories about climate change and in the Arctic, those two topics. They were asking, how does climate change affect indigenous peoples in the north? They went out from Russia all the way to Alaska. They were following indigenous peoples. Their stories are made in Sámi language. And I must say it's a succeed story, how you can go out, find stories, and also be part of the people. Like Mariela and Samuel, they are indigenous, they are Sámis. They were working together with the indigenous peoples when they were making the movie. The doors were opened. So I was asking Samuel and Mariela, what about if there had been some Norwegians or other people? Then Samuel told me that they did take with them their Sámi winter clothes, and the others, they were looking at that. They had their knives. Samuel, he knew how to slaughter a reindeer. So they had some possibilities to open the doors, but also they were looking for the best stories. So here is 2 minutes and 30 about climate change in the Arctic, the victims of new weather. And this is also an award-winning series.
Olen aina niin kappaleita kuin kappaleita henkä. Vain heillä on koulutus, mutta tuntuu sille ollut jollainen, kun koskiri elänsä ei nainen. Kun tampikoulun ei kaskaan ruustuus pahtaiksi. Imas kaikki sehdylää. Saanut otsisuhteen iesvaaseen on luontu reuta. Olen joutunut kyllä arkissa, ja kautta eilin sinkkuin, eilin vuosaiseetti noukaan, hän ilpaleen kumaina. Ahna muistelus, kai olmut kyllä, ja eilin kasutta. on pikkasen vuodessa jokaisella on uski. Mutta kähti kohtaan, kun ei saa kallestalla nukaalia palaa. Tahti se ainakin muittaa. Kyllä aikuilla tohtaa maankäimaan. Aina asisiengen ala ikäisä peeknäsi, kun ei kyllä vaknasin.
And this series is sold to quite many countries. We see good pictures, good story, and storytellers on a high class level. They have decided they're going out with their indigenous point of view. They're using their own mother tongue. They are visiting indigenous peoples, and the indigenous peoples who they are visiting, they are also talking their mother tongue. And suddenly, then we have a very high-class international series. But to reach that, then you have to work hard. And also to decide that this is our story. We have to tell the Oslo, Stockholm, Helsinki editors, this is what we want to do. And if they are saying, okay, can't you use Swedish? They will say, no, we want to make the story in Sámi language. I did make a story about Mari Boina. She's a very famous Sámi artist. She's traveling worldwide. We called the documentary Global Nomad. We followed her in Sámi. We followed her in Europe and also in Africa, in South Africa. And we were asking, what have you lost to achieve the world stages? And the story of this is, she's a successful artist, traveling, huge audience. At home, she's very lonely because she lost her family. And this documentary is also sold to quite many European countries. It's shown in Aboriginal TV stations and also in several film festivals, also in Kathmandu. Mari herself, she was satisfied. She said that she felt very naked when we told the story. She's singing in Sámi language. She's traveling worldwide. We told the story in Sámi language also. To be a good documentarist, to be a good storyteller, filmmaker, director, you have to burn for your stories. You have to burn that, think that our stories, what we are telling, they are important for our audience, but it's also important for the mainstream audience. Here are two names. One is Darlene Johnson. She's from Sydney, very famous in Australia, Aboriginal woman, director. She is making films, and her films are very expensive. It's millions, and they're paying. She's making primetime TV for Australia. She's also making stories about traditional life. She's making documentaries. She's making series. And then she's also making fiction films. She says that the most important role for her as Aboriginal filmmaker is to make stories from her point of view. She is the one who is telling the audience Aboriginal stories. She's also very famous and traveling to film festivals with her films. She had one like Girl Pilil, which is a portrait. And then she also has the stories like Stolen Generation. We all have heard about Stolen Generation. She did also make the documentary about Rabbit-Proof Fence. She was following when they were making the film. And she was also making the film called Crocodile Dreaming. And she has been winning quite many awards with her Aboriginal stories. The other name is Vladimir Puya. Vladimir, he is indigenous. He lives in Chukotka. Very different story. Vladimir told me that he was going to Moscow to repair his teeth because he didn't almost have, or he had some teeth. And when he came to Moscow, he knew that he was going to spend quite a lot of money to get repaired his teeth. And then he was thinking, what's the most important thing for him? Is it to get new teeth, go back home, and doing nothing? Or should he buy a camera instead of fixing his teeth, and then go back to his people and start to film? So he decided what I think is the most important decision for him at that moment, because I don't care about his teeth, I care about his stories, because he's a marvelous storyteller. He's going back, filming their traditional life, using their traditional language, and he isn't earning money at all. He asks me that, how could you help me so he can continue with storytelling, because that's what he wants. He wants to follow the reindeer herders. He's also now making fiction films, and he really cares about to get stories out and also to make documentaries about their life now. This story about this Sida or this brigade was a really warm-hearted story. And when we saw this movie, we were so satisfied. And then he started to point out, he said, this one is dead, the little girl, she died. 4 of the people there, they are dead already. And we were asking what happened. He said that he followed them for 1 year. He has a lot of material. He did make this film. He has a special gift for his brigade also. One of them, he was killed in an accident. I didn't understand what kind of an accident it was because he didn't speak that good English. Second one, he was attacked by a bear. Third one, it was really cold. It was minus 40 or 45. He was coming from the reindeer and then going back to his brigade at Lavo or Chum. Then he was found dead because it was too cold. And the cute little girl that we followed for 1 year, she drowned. And now he wants to continue to tell more stories about the people up in the north in Chukotka. So I took from him, because he said, burn for your stories. And I think that's good, but even though he isn't earning money, he still believes that from his point of view, he has the knowledge how to film, how to make stories that are interesting for a wider audience. And he lives up in the tundra. Darlene, she lives very close to Bondi Beach, and then we have contrasts also. So next step for us, it's sometimes it's good to wish, to say that, like we said in 2004, we want to gather indigenous journalists. Tom was there, Leah was there, Magnove, he was the one who was holding us and said that, think, do you have enough money, who should you invite, and how should we cover this to make this conference good? So we managed that. But next step for us, more series, like Mariela and Samuel did, better collaboration between the members of WITPEN and also other indigenous journalists. We must remember those who are also working in poor areas. I have met indigenous journalists in Africa. They have their local radio station. They are trying to get out the main news about what is the most important thing for them now, like in Loliondo, the dangerous animals are coming closer to Loliondo, take care of yourselves. We could make stories, I did list some of them this morning because I was thinking we have these topics about indigenous people, language. Language is very important. We see that what's happening with indigenous languages. We are losing them. People are dying. And there are fewer and fewer left who are speaking. Like in Lovosero, where Sergei comes from, those who are younger than 40 years old, they don't speak Kildin Sámi any longer. It means that we, as indigenous journalists, we have to go out, make the stories, tell the world how dramatic the situation is. I know there is in Lujauri or Lovosero a Volkswagen fund who is trying to help the Kildin Sámis. Another story which is very important is health situation for youth and children. Series about families and children is also something. And of course, as Magnove mentioned, rights of indigenous peoples. The battle of resources. But it's also important to tell the stories about violence against indigenous peoples. We mentioned about the situation in Canada, but there are many, many other stories. It's also important to tell the positive stories, to make us, to make indigenous peoples proud, that they will say, yes, we have a good life. It's good to live in Nuuk. It's good to live in Guaudegano. It's good to live in Loliondo in Africa. And then it's also the important documentaries that will strengthen indigenous people, like education is important, why education is important, land rights is important, why land rights is important. And most of all, it's very important that we also develop, strengthen investigative journalism. We need changes, discussions. We need discussions on national level. We also need discussions on global level. The need is there. What's happening with indigenous peoples? Like we saw last summer in Alta, all the discussions, and also when we travel among indigenous peoples, racism, people killed, the value of being a human being, the fear. So I'm very glad to stand here and wish you all the best with the master program in journalism, because I will say that what an opportunity it is for indigenous journalists to take this education, to go out and say, here we are, we want to make stories, we want to make the best stories, we want to reach wider audience, but most of all, how can we work together? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Living. It was very, very interesting what you told us. And a short comment, because you were talking about Odzasa. It's a news for Sámis, but they are sent all over the Scandinavian countries, Finland, Norway, and Sweden, and many, many people. I have many friends in Stockholm, everywhere, and they are looking at the Odzasa because they have another point of view. Because they have another point of view. So it's not only for the Sámi, it's also for the main populations in the three countries. Very, very, it was really interesting what you told us. But any questions?
Lotabavi. And thank you. That was a really amazing presentation. So I wanted to ask a question about when news comes out from NRK or things that are picked up from Oddesat, what are the opportunities that exist today to connect those to bigger audiences within news channels? For example, when a piece is produced in Sápmi, what are the actual opportunities today to perhaps allow the BBC to pick it up, or CNN, or Al Jazeera, bigger places that could increase the visibility for Sámi people, but all indigenous? What is the state of the union today with respect to that?
It goes step by step. It means that we are making the stories from Sámi land, Sámi areas. We don't have direct line to BBC or Al Jazeera. We have direct line to Oslo, we have direct line to Stockholm, and then we also have to Helsinki. And then Oslo is the one who is selling out the stories. So we are not selling directly, but of course, sometimes when we really do have really, really good stories, we sell them out. Or they're also broadcasting it. But Al Jazeera is also very interesting.
Nils-Johan Hetta.
Well, perhaps I should add to what Livinger just told about the news. Well, when we make news for Oddesat, we want these news reports to be broadcast in also the mainstream media in the Norwegian main channels, news programs. But in that case, we have a common interest with all the regional offices in the Norwegian Broadcasting Corporation. But very often, the central news desk in NRK, for example, they want a very different perspective on the news than we present. They want a wider perspective than we present normally. That means that we have to prepare the news report specially for the mainstream news broadcast. And in some way that brings a lot of work for our reports that, and we are not able to give priority to that. Let me say, if we first of all would reach out to the national broadcasters, I think it would be easier also to reach out to Al Jazeera or BBC or even CNN. So still I think we have a way to go. But we are in the Whitburn network, we have a news sharing platform. We are sharing news reports between the member broadcasters. And we are also discussing, we of course think it should be interesting and perhaps possible in some few years to make this to be a public news sharing platform, where the big broadcasters as Al Jazeera, CNN, Sky, BBC, whatever could pick news from the indigenous broadcasters.
Let me just add one thing. I think it's also very, how should I say, it motivates us when we are getting a Twitter message or by Facebook. Beffy St. Marie is writing from Hawaii. Great story from Sámi. I just love that because she lives there. And then we're also getting message from Australia. We really did like your story, strange story, very far away. So we have audience out there who are watching our news because we have this Whitburn network and we can share news and we can also share short stories.
Okay, next question to Oddbjørg Hetta.
I really didn't mean to say anything here today, but I couldn't help just bringing a curiosity to that question you asked. The stories that reaches broader audience. We had one of our journalists were doing a story on some local things here some years ago, and during that she was attacked by a reindeer, which was caught on tape by the cameraman. And we laughed of the tape at the office, but we never thought of sending it or doing anything on it. But somebody posted it on Facebook, I think, just for fun.
The cameraman did.
The cameraman did. And end of story, it ended up in Ellen show in the US, and it was like, it went worldwide, and we at the office we didn't see the story when we were looking at it. So the day after, then we also broadcasted on Allaskuvla, just a short clip of that, just for fun. But that's an example on what kind of stories from us reaches worldwide, except of the one that Livinger tells about the indigenous network.
Another strange story that also reached a very wide audience worldwide was about this country, rich country Norway, that they don't have money to, that the rich Norwegians, they don't have money to go to a dentist. My brother, he was in a gas station in Karasjok, Esso, sitting there. There came one man in. He had terrible, terrible tooth pain or ache. And he was just walking out like this and said, okay, I'm just dying, because there's no dentist in Karasjok. And my brother said, okay, let's go to this service room. No, let's go to this room where they repair cars. There they have tools. Let's pull the tooth out. And this story was broadcasted worldwide about the rich Norwegians, even though we are Samis, that don't afford to go to a dentist. But anyways, I must also say that I'm proud of working for Oddasat, make news in our language, not only for our people, but also for a wider audience in 3 different countries. And as you said, that we have a lot of people watching Oddasat, and we are also getting response when we are traveling. Taxi drivers, I don't know, in some way, they are watching Oddasat, and they are saying that stories you are telling, they are so different. I said, okay, does it mean we are not good? He said, no, it's because you are choosing another point of view.
Thank you. I think we have to stop the session here because we are 5 minutes after our time schedule. Now I think we have a coffee break for 30 minutes, is it like that? Let's meet here again 3:05. interesting. And I think also next one will be. The next speaker is Arne Johansson. He is Associate Professor at Sámi University College. And the title of his speech is Public Regulation that Facilitates and Inhibits Change.
Yes, my little speech does not go directly on media and language, although language situation is an important reason why the newspaper Avir acts as it does. And it's many things what we do here in Sápmi goes to language. I want to present an article which I wrote in a book that appeared the 3rd of March this year. The name is in Norwegian, Innovasjon og verdiskapning I lokale medier, innovation and creating of value in local media. I did this work together with researchers from the University of Nordland in Bodø, and college in Oslo and Akershus, and some other researchers. And I especially looked at the newspaper Avir and their new announced here iPad. And why iPad? In September 2012, the newspaper Avir started a campaign to sell iPad subscriptions. The first 2 months, the subscription was free, and the public has to pay, of course. The campaign was presented in the paper version of the newspaper, and the advertisement was nominated to a prize by the Finnmark Journalist Organization the same autumn. It didn't win the first prize, but it was quite up there. And you can see how the picture of this advertisement is in Avir. Avir is a newspaper in Northern Sámi language, for you who does not know that. The greatest of the 9 Sámi languages together, and is published 5 days a week. The newspaper was established in 2008 after a fusion of 2 Sámi newspapers, Asho and Minaigi. And the Sámi newspapers, they write in the Sámi language. We have a Norwegian Sámi newspaper too, Saget, which writes in Norwegian. The additional management is in Kautokeino and Karasjok. The edition was in 2013, 1064, in 2012, 1047, 2011, 1088, and in 2009, 1204. Asho and Minaigi had each about 1,000. So the edition had dramatically fallen down from over 2,000 to 1,000. It is, of course, an own history why these 2 newspapers become one. Using a few words, we can say that there had been a claim for quite a long time that in the Sámi society must have a daily newspaper in the Sámi language, both from the Sámi society itself, politicians, and Sámi academy, and so on. And when the Norwegian government decided to increase the sum of money support to the Sámi newspapers in 2007, I think it was, with 5 million Norwegian kroner, it at the same time at the same time claimed that there should be one daily Sámi newspapers, not two in the Sámi language. The minister was Trond Giske, and who did this who increased the money. The wish to fusion the two Sámi newspapers existed in a way already in the Sámi society, and the road to the fusion was therefore quite easy. That was the background. In 2013, when I wrote the article, Avir had no financial problems because of the support from the Norwegian government, money support. In the year 2012, the sum was over 12 million Norwegian kroner. But we have to be aware that the Sámi newspapers have almost no possibility to get income from advertisements. The market for advertisements in the Sámi language is too little. But in spite of the good economic condition and situation, the situation was not satisfactory in the newspaper. And why? First of all, the edition figures were bad compared with Asho and Minaigi, as we have seen. And we know that about 15,000 people in Norway can read the Northern Sámi language, and Avir is written in the Northern Sámi language. The figures from Sweden and Finland, we are quite unsure, but there are about 20,000 Sámi people in Sweden and about 7,000, 10,000 in Finland altogether. So the market was there to increase. The language for them, for many of them, was Northern Sámi. So the market was there. Another point why the situation wasn't so good was that the quality of the journalism had stagnated in a way. Many leading Sámi people said that, the journalists themselves said that, not directly of course, but felt that they had problems to compete, for instance, with Sámi radio. The journalist was not satisfied. There was also a problem with the recruitments, and the staff was not stable. And they felt that they were not able to compete with the Sámi radio. At the same time, many of the journalists really wanted to be a part of the new media world with electronic platforms. As the situation was at that moment, they felt that they lacked the tools to take part in the really competition about the news. A new idea reaching also the media field was the word innovation. For many media houses was this quite necessary to survive economically to this innovation, but not for Avir. Avir had enough money, but however, the idea of innovation was a modern word, and it was the word for the future, and so also for the journalists in Avir and for the readers. But innovation in media deals not only with money. Normally, innovation is connected to money. And many of the other newspapers had used innovation to get a better money situation. But we have a process innovation where you mainly think of the public, the people. For instance, the distribution shall be as good as possible for the public, for the people. That is also a kind of innovation. You shall get a newspaper daily, not once a week or 20 the next week. You can also talk about a paradigm innovation that accepts that the time for paper newspaper is over and electronic platforms such as iPad is the future. Of course, this were also ideas coming to Arvid. So they found out something must be done, although it wasn't a lack of money. What was done and why is my question. Why iPad? Many newspapers today have a net paper too. They have ordinary newspaper, but also in net. And Avir too has net, but it is only headlines you find in this net version. The articles are in the paper version. Why? The main reason why Avir chose iPad and not traditional net paper is the money support rules from the Norwegian state, the rules of money support. The press support is connected to the amount of paper newspapers, not net paper. If you have 100,000 clicks in the net paper, you don't get any more money than if you have only one. And of course, many people read only net paper today, and Avir would be choosing a net paper. And if Avir would choose a net paper, it will compete with itself without getting any money. And advertising market is, as we have said, it is nothing. And remember that Avir is totally dependent on extra support from the press, from extra press support. The advertisement is nothing. However, an iPad subscription gives support in the same way as the traditional subscriptions of a paper version of a newspaper. If you get an iPad advertisement, then subscriptions, then you will get money from the state. But if you use traditional net paper, you'll get nothing. Therefore, it was a main reason for Avir to choose iPad version. A second reason, and it concerns really all the electronic platforms, is the distribution. With a new platform, the distribution to the whole Sápmi has been revolutioned. And not many, but a couple of Sámi papers have tried to be a paper for the whole Sápmi. For instance, Minägi, but have not succeeded. Earlier, Avir too was totally dependent on the traditional post system. In Finnmark, we often have bad weather conditions, and the post does not come. This touches the whole Norway, Sweden, Finland. The distribution by the post is very unstable. Another important thing to know about the post system is that the post does not cross the border up here. a newspaper to Hatta, and Hatta is 80 kilometers from here. You came through Hatta yesterday, many of you. This newspaper goes first to Oslo, Helsinki, and then up to Hatta again. And of course, paper will be delayed. Does not come the same day as it appears in Kautokeino, which is only 80 kilometers from here. But with the electric platform, the situation is quite another. At the same time, when it appears in Kautokeino, then it appears in Oslo, Helsinki, Hatta, and you can read it there. And therefore, Avver is not dependent on the post system, and the competition, which is important for the journalists, news competition, it becomes quite another than before. Now they can, for instance, compete with the Sámi radio. iPad, you can also add, of course, pictures, more films. It works quite in another way than a traditional newspaper, and that is important for Avver if Avver should compete or should exist only. And also you can follow up the news quite in another way. You have not to wait to the next day to fill up to follow up on news, but then you can do it in some hours, and you can add pictures and so on. So in this way, it is important. And the last is that iPad is a platform for young people. It's a platform for the future. Not only iPad, but electronic platforms. We know that young people do not read traditional newspapers. If they read newspapers, they read the electronic version. And that is important both for the readers, the young people, but also for the journalists. I think I stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Arne. It was a very good description of the media world we're living in Sápmi. Yeah. And are there any questions for Arne from Mooring?
Yes, I agree that this was a very, very pertinent and very important approach to the media landscape and its new developments. I would point to one detail which has to do with the line chosen by Avver in this sense. I think that Avver should choose a policy which looks at the mobile platforms, all of them, and not only iPad, but also the mobile phone, because if you want to reach a younger audience, the iPad is not the option. The iPad apparently is left home when people reach teenager age and start to move on their free time outside their homes. But otherwise, I think I would just say that this is very, very important.
I can add that you have to start one place, and maybe it's possible to use mobile phone now. I do not know, but it's important to start. Yes, yeah, yeah.
Johan Hetta.
Well, just a question. It's this move from paper to electronic media is very important and very interesting. Have you done any research on should Avir have taken the full step to leave the paper newspaper and just distribute electronically? This is very interesting because it's also in production of the content. It would be much cheaper, and you would reach out to the audience, to the public immediately when you publish it. And then what Tom is mentioning, it's a mobile platform. I know my company, NRK, the most important strategic decisions are on mobile platforms now. It's because the most important screen in the whole world today is mobile.
Yes. I don't know. I don't know the plans of which plans Avir has in the future. But I talked to the director, and I think it's quite dramatically to leave the paper version totally. But maybe in the future. And I know that they haven't got so very many. They have iPad advertisement, but not so very many until now. I think it's about 50. And it's a long-term plan, 10 years maybe. So maybe it's. But I don't think they dare to do it now.
Because I think they have the same problem as the paper newspapers in general in Norway. To move from paper to electronic, they don't know exactly how to finance. They haven't good enough financial plans, and they don't know how well they haven't any guarantees for the financial income if they move over to electronic platforms. I think that's the same reason for Avir. But I was thinking of reaching out, I think.
Yeah. Maybe in the future. And also the support from the state is now nearly connected to the iPad. If you use mobile phone advertisement, then maybe you don't get any support. And Avir is totally, it has to get support from the state. If not, as the director said, then we have to reduce the newspaper from 12 pages to 6. Yeah.
Okay. And I should make a small comment. There is one advance with the net papers, because they are. You have fresh news. They're upgrading the news all the time. The paper versions you're working against a deadline. I don't know which time it is. But when you have net papers, it's an ongoing process. You have no deadlines. You are renewing the news all the time. That's the advance of a net paper compared with the paper media. Yeah. Okay, any more questions?
Annie, don't run too far.
One more.
Yep. I loved your analysis because I really like political economy stories because it's like, where's the meat? And I like the detail of your story, but the question I really find fascinating is, why does the state subsidize at all? If our dialogue for the next 2 days is about language media power, there's something about power there, rather like this institution. When I come here, I always think, do the good citizens of larger Norway know what the unit cost of subsidy for students in this institution is? Do the citizens of larger Norway know what the unit cost of subsidy to read a Sámi newspaper is. I remember years ago when Leah was doing her first field work, I was thinking, what's the unit cost per person for the subsidy for this newspaper? So the question is, you know, what is the nature of the power that is sustaining this newspaper? There's something complicit going on here, because would you get formal agreement if you had a referendum with the Norwegian people that this is worthwhile doing? Or does it tell us something about the relationship between Sámi politics and national politics in Norway and in Sápmi in general? Because it's fascinating that you are talking about a substantial state subsidy for something that is barely viable.
Since Arne doesn't seem to be willing to answer this or develop this, I think that one of the reasons.
The last question.
No, I think one of the reasons is that I think Norway has a very good international reputation in some fields, and also regarding, for example, this European Charter on Regional Minority Languages. And one of the ratifications concern a daily newspaper. And Norway has been one of the good pupils in class. So it would be some kind of losing phase in that context. And as long as there is oil, there probably will be some daily newspaper.
I wish we were sitting around so we could have a dialogue rather than always facing the front wall. But somewhere at the back of my mind, you know, there's this word complicity, which I don't want to say too loudly. But it's about the way in which, in terms of what I'm going to say tomorrow, is if we talk about deliberative democracy, are we working towards consensus? Is that the model? That if you have indigenous people and they are struggling for rights, that the way forward is that when we achieve consensus, we'll have got there? Or is it a model in which the nature of deliberative democracy is that we sustain difference, we sustain contested dialogue, it never gets comfortable? I think part of what I'm saying is that in a way the dialogue between the indigenous peoples of Sápmi and the relative states is indecently polite, in the sense it's carried out at some level of an elite within power structures who make these determinations. But it hasn't educated the rest of the population to say, we believe in these things as important. We believe that the indigenous people of these states are an integral part of our national identity now, not some artifact of a historical thing we like to celebrate. So that what I'm trying to argue is that there's something going on which is, it's difficult to refuse a subsidy. But there are some political costs, and one of the political costs is it allows Norway to feel good about itself without educating the rest of the Norwegian population. The decision has been made in some elite areas of politesse without any notion of, as it were, there's a lesson to be learned here about changing the cultural assumptions, the center of gravity of the rest of the population.
Yes, there are some, first of all, this is a very important discussion, and if we look at the normal question that is posed to me when I am in international conferences and I speak about support of different sort to minority languages, there is always one or two in the audience who asks, why should we do it at all? Why should we do this? Give us a good reason. Now, here I would maybe turn to Rob Dunbar and ask about what could be called natural rights. Are there natural rights that we can lean on? I think that any lawyer who would want to win a case in court would be very careful in calling for natural rights, because rights are questions that depend on values. Which means that Charlie's point is well taken. If you do not have a politically sustainable fundament for the values that you establish, these values will be extraordinarily vulnerable. So that's one point. And it's clear that, that this entire construction that we are talking about, when we are talking about indigeneity and support for indigeneity, or minorities in other contexts, depend on the choice of values that has some kind of political and economical impact. Then when we come to the particular question which has to do with the Sámi language newspaper and its position in today's world and the change that Arne points to, also that question has a very, very currently important and critical momentum at this very moment. We know that the media system is largely moving towards the digital, and we know that the support systems that have been established and that are established and you can call upon, you can say, okay, these are the things that we have politically decided to do. These have not been changed to the digital realm. So you do not have the same kind of support systems established on the digital platforms as you had on the analog platforms or the printed platforms. Now, the public service companies in radio and television have usually been able to transfer their resources, to some extent at least, and even to a great extent, to the digital realm. But with the private newspapers who have their support system and have the obligation to also earn some money from advertising, which is much, much more difficult on the digital platform, this is a total crisis. And we see it everywhere in the world at the moment. We see it everywhere. And I've been now writing about 2-3 articles to different fora just during the last 2 months, where I've been calling for attention to this, that the digital realm does not support the media in minority languages in the same way as it is done on the earlier platform, which again actualizes the question of political support. Do we find this political support? How do we mobilize this political support? And there we of course come into a very, very sore question of power, because we are talking about a system and a situation where we are always working in a minority position against a majority, and the majority will have the power in a democracy, which means that you are in an underdog position. Now, I know that we have been writing on this with Rob, and I don't know if Rob wants to expand on this question, but we have been talking about the obligation of restitutionary action in these situations. And there is a whole lot of arguments for this, but again, this is a politically very vulnerable question.
No more questions? Okay, let's go further on. Next speaker is Torkel Rasmussen. And he has recently defended a PhD at Tromsø University. And I think he's going to hold a speech based on that PhD, as I have understand it right. Torkel Rasmussen is an associate professor at the Sámi University College. Take a word, Torkel.
Joo, Ollu kiittuu. Thank you. I hope, yes, you do see the presentation very well. I can start like this. This is about young people, media and language choice. And the photo you can see is taken from one of the schools where I have done the field work for the PhD, or for the main part of the PhD. And the aim of my PhD was mainly to evaluate the ethno-linguistic vitality of North Sámi in 2 neighboring municipalities, Stetno, Tana in Norway and Utsjoki in Finland. And mainly this PhD is not about media study, but mostly about language sociology. So to make it short, it's some sort of a mapping of the PhD is about mapping the language situation and to find methods and theories for evaluating the vitality of the language. But a part of this was also about media, mapping of the Sámi language situation, and try to figure out how young people made language choice using media. And doing this mapping and evaluation, I could also say something about the vitality of the minority language, North Sámi. The research area you can see here, so as I said, Tana, Detnu, Otsioa, Utsjoki municipalities. It's inhabited, these two municipalities are inhabited by about 4,000 people. Some 70–80% are ethnically Sámi. And the small red spots from south to north, there are schools I visit in the dark green area. There are eight schools, and I have carried out the research, the fieldwork in all these schools. And because this is on the border between Norway and Finland, it's mostly a trilingual area, and the English is all making its way into the area and has done it for a long time, but it is very visible among young people. And when I tried to figure out the role of the minority language, North Sámi, I had also to take into account the role of the national languages, Norwegian and Finnish, and the international language, English. And I have used the Estonian professor Martin Ehala much in figuring out theory for this work. He said in one paper, I found it very interesting that the prestige centers are in our days changing. Before, the prestige center for minority language speakers were the capitals of the national state. So for Norway, of course, Oslo, and for Finland, Helsinki. And these prestige centers, they have changed. For our part of the world, the prestige has switched it to an English-speaking word, which has more prestige today than the national languages. And the main youth culture is the Western popular culture. And for some reason, I didn't understand this in the beginning, that we don't feel that English is any threat to Sámi language. But at the same time, Norwegians, Swedes, Finns think that English is a threat to their languages. And I have discussed this once with Tom Mooring some years ago, and I found an answer in this, that what has happened is that the prestige center has changed. But at the same time, English is not taking time from Sámi language. And as he said, it's not taking time from Swedish language in Finland. It is taking time from the national language. And that is why it's not felt like a threat. strange enough, but anyway. So I did collect the information from 13 young informants in quality interviews, and I carried out 193 interviews in 8 schools with questionnaires, and made them, they were all in the age 10 to 16 years, and I asked them about their language skills and attitudes towards languages, and the history, the family history and language. What do their parents and their grandparents speak? And I was able to find how widely the language shift had been in the families. And also I asked them about ethnic identity and their own language use in different domains. And to make this briefly, I have put up some numbers. These are percentages. There are their oral skills of Sámi to the left. Yes. They had answered, 34% had answered that they speak Sámi well, 15% quite well, 25% a little, and 26% not at all. At the same time, they showed they had mostly a multiply identity. I asked them about their Sámi, their Norwegian, their Finnish, and possibly other identities. And most of them had a multiply identity, but I will only show here the results for Sámi identity, where 16% answer that I'm only Sámi, and 37% I'm a lot Sámi, 25% I'm a little Sámi, and 22% I'm not. Yes.
The difference, I am only and I'm not.
I use the terms mullen dusse satmelas, mullen I think I used ollu and little. Oh, it's a different. It is a difference. Maybe it's not perfectly translated, but I put a lot of effort to make this exactly the same. Oh, I used 3 languages for this, and I had put a lot of efforts into making it exactly the same in Norwegian, Finnish, and Sámi. Be sure that they understood the question in the same way. But this is the group I have asked also about media habits, and I hope, yes. I also use Fishman, who is probably very well known to a sociolinguist at least, who has made his graded intergenerational disruption scale. And on this 8 scale with 8 stages, he has put the mass media on the top, and saying that the mass media is one of the, he has put mass media on the 2 highest stages a minority language can reach after achieving the lower stages. And the lower stages, he means that they should reach before they start to ask for media in their own language, is that the intergenerational transmission of the language to children should happen. And the language should be used in works where, and there should be use of the language as language of instruction at school. I don't totally agree myself, but I'm just showing this, that media shouldn't be used before you have have achieved all the other stages, but this is just what I'm showing is his theory on this, and that he argued that that a language, a minority language that had reached stage 1 and 2 are in the big league of minority languages, where in stage 1 you use the language in national media, and stage 2 you use the language in lower level media. And another important approach, theoretical approach, was UNESCO's ad hoc expert group on endangered languages, and they have. This is also some sort of evaluation of the vitality. You could investigate by asking how much is the minority language in use in new domains and media. And I would place Northern Sámi as robust, active, fourth grade here. The language is used in most new domains. So this is the situation when you look objectively on it. But what was the result when I asked the children and the youths? And I now show the result for all the informants. I have not categorized them here. I have done it in the PhD, of course. So I can explain what are the differences between the fluent speakers and the not so fluent, and the children who speak only a little Sámi and non-Sámi. There were no differences between the groups when it comes to use of media, of English language media, of national language, or neighbor language, neighbor country language, I mean, which is Finnish in Norway and Norwegian in Finland. The internet is dominated by national languages. There are very little use of neighbor country language, but English is often used by 50%, and they are 10 to 16 years, or 50% often, and some 35% seldom. And only some 12–13% never use English. Visit English pages on internet. And the use of Sámi on internet is very limited. And of course, there are the fluent speakers use it more than the not so fluent speakers, and the others, they are not at all using internet pages in Sámi language. I also asked them about television. In which language do you watch programs on television? And as you can see, English is nearly as dominating as national languages, Norwegian and Finnish. And some a little more than 40% has asked that they do watch programs in Sámi language. And when I had these quality interviews, they did watch the TV news, but they have already stopped watching children's program on TV. And again, I find it a little strange that more than 50% answer that they never watch Sámi TV programs. But this was the result. And there were the Sámi speakers watched TV programs. The non-Sámi speakers didn't, even if they are texted into the national language. Radio listening, as we heard, young youths don't read newspaper anymore, and they don't listen to radio either. As many as, I think it's 23% answer that they never listen to radio. And this is much, much higher than for the other medias, that they never use it. And then when I asked them in the quality interviews when they did listen to radio, and especially the Sámi speakers, when they did listen to Sámi radio, the answer was that I don't actually listen to it, but it's my father always put it on in the car, or it's always in the morning the radio is on. So I listen to it, but I never put it on myself. It's I don't know if I should be surprised of this, but because there are programs for youths, but they were not especially eager to listen to them. And of course, the best, often we have some more than 22% answer that they listen often, and some other 22% seldom. And there are, of course, the Sámi speakers in this population. They do listen to the radio, seldom or often. But they are not yet active listeners, according to the quality interviews. I'm going to show two more of this before I'm starting to end up. When it came to music and language choice, English was very, very popular. 92% listen often to English music, and the national music in national languages are not that popular, but still more than 50% listen often to it. And there are very few who answer that they never listen to music in Norwegian or Finnish. But when it comes to Sámi music, it was, for me, surprisingly high numbers that answered that they did listen often or seldom, and also among the non-speakers. There were some percent that answered that they in fact listened to Sámi music. And as you can see, the percent are some 62, 63% who listened to Sámi music. And it was the most popular of the Sámi language media, which is also, of course, also natural, because it's also entertainment. And you don't really need to understand it very well to listen to it. The tendencies, didn't I have one more? The tendencies is very clear that media, they do use the Sámi media that are available, but they are not very popular. On the other hand, I also asked them about which language they do use for emails, for SMS, text messages on the phone, or on the MSN is the text messenger on the computer. And this use was dominated by national languages, little use of English and Sámi. And one of the quality interviews, some of the informants told me that he or she sent 2,000-3,000 text messages a month on the phone. 2,000-3,000. And even if he was he or she, I must say, was a fluent speaker of Sámi, the person never sent any text messages in Sámi. And this is very common among youths. It's common that they send a lot of text messages, and it is common that they use mostly the national language. For other, not very surprisingly, for DVD or video movies, it was dominated by English, and so was also computer games. Dominated by English and national language with 2-1. 2/3 of the use were in English and 1/3 in the national language. There are hardly any computer games in Sámi, so this was not a surprise. UNESCO, this expert group, they did also say something more about media, and I want to quote them, that new media, including broadcast media and the internet, usually serve only to expand the scope and power of the dominant language at the expense of endangered languages. Although no existing domains of the endangered language may be lost, the use of a dominant language in the new domain has mesmerizing power. And this is what we mostly see with media. That media takes up more and more space, and the media that young people use are mostly in a national language or English. So, according to Joshua Fishman, North Sámi has entered the big league. And according to this UNESCO expert group, North Sámi is robust or active, but media is still a critical factor to the ethno-linguistic vitality of Sámi languages because it takes space away from the minority language. And this is my conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Torkel, for an interesting speech. And I didn't rise to ask a question. See, there's almost already one asking for the microphone.
Thank you. This is quite interesting, and it's interesting to see also because I think outside the Sámi community there is some kind of reputation that the Sámi are techno freaks to a much higher extent than other populations in the Scandinavian countries, at least. But I wonder about the two aspects of the results that you can comment on. I think when you see that the national languages dominate even over English, it's the productive skills that are requested for or has to be used. So the productive skills in English are possibly much lower than, for example, the just the listening to music. So I think this productive or receptive skill can explain part of that. Another thing that is quite similar to results we have among Finnish users in Sweden is that young people do not use Finnish to a very high extent at all in text messages, SMS, MSN. And one of the reasons is that there is no development of the abbreviations, the LOL and all these things in the minority languages. So if you use in English laughing out loud and you use an abbreviation, it doesn't make sense in the minority language, and therefore it's not very cool to use that. So they import so to say, maybe more symbols than language from this international fast-track language, so to say. And also the role of smileys could be added to as an additional dimension to study, because that also may direct in favor of English, for example, because you will have explanations of these and maybe even names of them, but not in the minority languages usually.
Yes, that is true. They do probably have better productive skills in the national language than than in English, and it's mostly entertainment. English is used for entertainment and getting information, while as soon as they have to produce something themselves, they use the national languages they use national languages mostly. But there are technical problems using Sámi on mobile phones. Or there have been. Some of them are sold now, not all. If they want to, if we write text messages in Sámi, as I do very often, you can't write che, edge, el, or you couldn't when I did this research. Now you can, but already then you could write emails on the computer without problems, but they didn't do that either. Yes, you're right. The language, so this text message language with all the funny abbreviations and marks and that is not developed, and because it's not done, it's not used, it's not developing either. So that is a problem. And but what I really see as a problem is that a lot of the communication between these youths go through the phone, and that is not carried out in Sámi. Even if many of my informants here, they are very active oral user of Sámi. So with the same friends they are speaking Sámi to all the time, they are sending text messages in Norwegian or Finnish.
I think Nils Johan was before.
Okay, thank you, Torkel. I find this research very interesting, really. But I have some few questions. First of all, have you done any comparison with Norwegian youth or Finnish youth concerning the use of media? Because we in NRK, I think every time we talk about strategic plans, aims, long-term aims, then we talk how to reach out to the young generation, and it's a very common problem for many of the broadcasters. So, in some way, it would be very interesting to know if the media use among the Sámi, the young Sámi people, are almost the same as the Norwegians or the Finnish young people. Secondly, of course, it would be very interesting for me to know what are the reasons for their choice. Not only that they choose as they do, but what are the reasons? And in some way, my conclusion is it's not enough to make content in Sámi language. It has to be quality in the content. And that's one of the main challenges, I think, for the Sámi medias. Also, indigenous medias who, the young people, they speak many languages. They are not, they don't need to listen to Sámi language to get the information. They listen to English, to Norwegian, and so on. So actually, it has to be quality content to get young people to use the Sámi media.
Yes. Yes, I did. And there is a difference between the use in Tana and Utsjoki, and there is a higher use of Sámi media in Tana than in Utsjoki. I can't say that this is common for Sámi use in Norway and common for Sámi use in Finland, but there is a lower use between the youths in Utsjoki. And I tried to analyze this according to this same Ehala, who also has a theory that you have to separate objective and subjective ethno-linguistic vitality. The objective vitality is exactly what do you have? For example, in media, what do you have? And that could be good. There could be a lot. But when you ask the speakers, what do you know about? What do you use? And you get the answer that they really don't know about everything they could use. And this seems to be a problem all over, or in both this municipality, but more on the Finnish side, that they really didn't know about all the possibilities they had. And because of that, my conclusion was that this subjective vitality was lower in Utsjoki than in Tana. So, I don't know, more public relation, PR. And this was, of course, this was carried out in 2008 and 2009. And for example, there are more and better quality on internet, Sámi language pages on internet than it was 5, 6, 7 years ago. So maybe the use has increased since then.
First of all, thank you for an excellent presentation, really an interesting research project indeed, and it's the sort of research project that I'd like to see, certainly in Scotland. In fact, we have one PhD student, at least that I know of, who's working in this area, but I think this is a very interesting set of results as well. I guess Fishman has always been critical of the media. Fishman's been critical of the media because he summarized it on a trip to Scotland about 10 years ago. If you're going to invest heavily in minority language media, it should be really good because it's competing with English media where the choice is massive and the quality goes from is everything from very poor to excellent. And that was one question I had. It sort of touches on your last point, a question of supply of different genres. Although it's interesting, music, the results for Sámi were fairly strong, but it may be that there's a lot of Sámi music on the radio or available in shops, CDs and so forth. And so you have really quite a good supply of music, and that may not be the case in other genres. This is a big problem we have for Gaelic television. I'll be speaking a bit about this tomorrow, so I don't want to jump ahead of myself, but there are certain genres that and certain categories, especially for teenagers and young people, where there's very little programming available. So we have good service now, 6.5 hours a day, much of it in prime time. Stuff can be streamed, but there are certain genres that are just poorly represented, and therefore, yeah, there's presence in television, but you may not have supply that can meet the potential demand that's there. So I wondered to what extent differences in supply had an impact. And the same would be true of internet use. Again, we haven't done any real significant research in Gaelic, but there are a really limited number of web pages that are available. And so it's pretty tough to, even if there is a latent demand there, it can't be met. So I wondered to what extent you looked at supply factors.
Well, of course, I have mapped this and explained what do we have, both radio, movies, television programs. What is it available on net? When I did this research in the whole, because this is on the border, the TV program transmitted in Norway was also available on the Finnish side of the border. The radio program was available because of some technical achievement. It's harder today for television. But when it comes to, as I said, computer games are very rare in Sámi, but there are quite a number of movies, both documentary and I don't remember exactly the number, but I used the library's resource for searching on this, and I think it was some 200 different movies in Sámi language available, of both documentary and educational and well, a very wide range of movies. And when I interviewed in these quality interviews, this youth, they had hardly heard about most of it. They could name like this Awfulash, Pathfinder, and a few more. And well, oh yes, they had watched something else at school. But this point was where I concluded that the subjective ethno-linguistic vitality isn't as good as it could be.
I had two comments, or maybe one comment and one suggestion. There is a PhD work being presented in Stockholm the 20th of May this year, and it's on the use of the youth radio programs in Finland in Finnish and Finnish in Sweden. There are quite a few interesting results in that, and it's by Anu Muhonen. One of the results was that the Finnish language radio channel in Sweden was much more Finnish than the Finnish one in Finland, because the choice of music in Finland was mostly in English. But the choice of music in the Finnish radio channel was mostly in Finnish or connected to Finnish bands and so, because of the mission of the radio channel. But it's quite an interesting work. And then as a hint, in Frisia in the Netherlands, they have a Twitter day every year, and it's a competition, and you can win prizes and so on. And the target is to make young people use Twitter in Frisian. And what they can see then is that just a couple of days before, there is an increase in tweets in Frisian. And the day they have the competition, they may get something like 15,000 and 16,000 tweets in Frisian, and it goes down to a couple of hundred next day. But if you extend that, you also get a possibility, or you force, so to say, the young people to create or develop this text message language, because they take part in this voluntarily, and they try to compete in different ways. So that could be a cooperation between the journalist education, research, and maybe NRK to arrange something like that, that is sort of promoted in the media first, and then you just give it a chance during a spring day or something like that. But their problem is that they don't see the sustainability of Frisian in the media, because it's only for one day. So it has to be developed somehow.
Thank you, Torkel. It was really, really interesting. I'm also a member of Finnmark Journalist Association and board member. We invited youth for our annual meeting to ask them, are they reading what we are writing? Are they watching? And are they listening to our programs? And we were quite depressed, because the youth, we thought that we would reach them. But they were telling that they are not there where we suppose that they should be. Because they are choosing by internet the programs. They are choosing international news on English, if anything big things are happening. So I don't know if you're continuing with this, but I will challenge you that if you can continue and ask the youth, the Sámi youth, where do they get the news? What media are they using? And also more about the reasons. Is it the quality? Is it it's easier to find news in English and also national news? So I feel a little bit sad also when I think about the situation for Sámi language, and also how youth and children are choosing. Because if they are not listening to the youth programs, if they are not watching, if you're 10 years old and if you are not watching children's TV, I remember how I used to work with my children. I used to make it a big happening that now we are going to watch children's TV, Manai TV, in Sámi language.
Yes.
And then it was like we were sitting down, watching it, we were talking about that. And also when we had radio programs, we used to have radio programs for children. It was such a big happening for them, because I was telling so many superlatives about Sámi programs. But children nowadays, my children, they are now 24 and 25. And children and youth nowadays, they are on a complete different area.
Yeah.
So I will challenge you if you can find out how they are choosing and why they're choosing as they're doing it. Very interesting.
Yes, thank you for that.
I can, just one more question. You told that the research tells that the children are not watching children's programs. But as I understood, you said they are not watching children's program on television. Or?
You must remember, they are at least 10 years old.
Yeah.
This, the informants in this quality interviews, and they do not watch Sámi children's programs, and they don't want watch children's programs anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So it's not. Yes, but they had been watching them before.
Okay.
And so one of them asked, yes, I do watch them, but with my little brother, when she is babysitting. for example. But it's not. It's just it's too childish for them when they are starting to approach the teenage level.
Yeah, I understand. Sorry.
Yeah. So I know that very many do watch the children's program in Sámi.
It is interesting, Torkel, that your results are very much similar to results that we have received, for example, in Finland among Swedish speakers and in Sweden among Swedish speakers. That is young people who belong to the majority in Sweden. These results have been achieved not with quantitative research, not in figures, but in anthropological research. But they show exactly the same. First, they show that the consumption of media, when you talk about passive consumption, like browsing on the internet or listening to music or things like that, that spreads and with the dominance of English, or much higher proportion of English than in other types of media use. Whereas the active use of media, when you have to write yourself, you go back to the languages you really know, and in this case it appears as if that would be Norwegian, Finnish, and to some extent Sámi. In Swedish schools, we see that school children, when they communicate with each other, when they go into Swedish schools, they do it over Swedish language. And that is, of course, something that Fishman, where I think Fishman is right, although Rob said that Fishman has been skeptical against media altogether, and maybe too skeptical against media, but I think Fishman is right. You have to get the children when they are in school. And kindergarten, that is childcare when they are very young, family and school are in a way the first level of socialization. Then comes the second level where media come in. And that can be efficient and that can be successful if they take it with them from the school and if they communicate between school class people in good enough language where they feel comfortable. But I think it's the comfort zone that you have to achieve. The concepts you have been using here in following Ehala in objective and subjective vitality, we have worked on these concepts with Charlie and others as well, and they are very good concepts. We have also been talking about functional completeness in the media use and institutional completeness in the media supply, and these two levels are important to look at in parallel. So I think you're very much on the right track. And just to conclude, the research that we have been doing in Swedish on Swedish youngsters in Finland is now done by the same anthropologist, who is a Swedish anthropologist, in the Scottish Gaelic community as well, and that will come later this spring. So I hope that we can continue to communicate on these matters, because there will be new and interesting evidence in a milieu that maybe resembles the Sámi milieu more than for example, the Swedish in Finland.
Very, very interesting to hear. Yes, thank you.
Now we are coming close to wrapping up this. Yeah.
Yes, a 10-year-old young people, isn't it also a question of attitude? Can he really admit that he's looking at children's program in TV?
Well. We we know that we have a lot of media use that is never reported because it happens in instances and in ways where people do not report what they do, even if you have a pistol at their head. And I think for 10 years old to admit that they look at children's programs would be something of that sort. We are coming to the phase of today's program where we are going to wrap up. First, I will say, don't go away yet. There will be a buffet offered by the Sámi University College to all in this room at 6 o'clock here outside. There will be 1 glass of wine for everybody, and then there will be possibilities to buy more wine if you feel that you haven't had enough with this 1 glass. And let me say that looking now backwards to what has happened today, we have gone a long journey. We have gone a long way from starting out with the question of language, media, and power, how we define it, how we argue our way in the linguistic landscape in regard to different modes of understanding languages as a standard or less standardized practice, and the power elements that come into that. We have looked at the status of particularly the Sámi language in terms of different legal international instruments and the development of those. We have discussed we have discussed documentary as a way of portraying different levels and different layers of culture and reality, and we have looked at the particular presentations and representations of the Sámi in this respect, and also the indigenous world more globally in terms of the indigenous television network that has been a fantastic investment where the Sámi have had an internationally leading role, and we have had 2 very interesting empirical presentations here at the end of this day of how particular instances of Sámi development, first of all in the media, and second in the audience, how they have emerged. This has been, for me, a mind-blowing day. I'm looking forward to tomorrow, and I hope you all will follow into this discussion tomorrow. I have also been very much enjoying the discussions. We are not sitting in the best room for discussions, but that obviously hasn't prevented us from doing our best in any case. And I hope we will come a little bit closer tomorrow and sit a little bit nearer to those who sit here, because some of you seem to be very, very far away, although I know that mentally you're very close. Thank you for this day, and welcome tomorrow.